come from a long, long line of denim jean. Cut beside all types of fiends. I rob the DEA and overdose. Spend the cash on guns and coke. I am the warmonger, more crazy strong. Dropping drones inside Iran. I'm the big bad supercharged sex machine. All American extra lean. If you lose your cool, maybe I'll lose mine. You draw the red line. I love crossing red
You did it to yourself. I know later on you'll probably blame everyone else for the shitty life you have. Wonder why you're always sad. You got a list of reasons why your life is really bad, but they're not true. It's all your fault. Deep down you notice you had a head start. The purse you're using is Gucci, designer shoes that you wear, and driving the car of your dreams, all paid for by your parents. Okay, you're clueless, toxic, delusional, obnoxious. You had every advantage, then proceeded to have lost it. Crazy, psycho, no wonder you're so isolated. You did it to yourself. I know later on you'll probably blame everyone else for the shitty life you have. Wonder why you're always sad. You got a list of reasons why your life is really bad, but then, you did it to yourself. I know later on you'll probably blame everyone else for the shitty life you have. Wonder why you're always sad. You got a list of reasons why your life is really bad, but they're not true.
Hello, Superstitious Man. Hello, Standing Stones. Hello, Hilshaya and Silent Dogs and Francine. God bless you all of my Tao friends. Hello, we're starting a little early. It is 4:51 p.m. here, Eastern Time in Boston. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 10:51 p.m. in South Africa, where Tao girlfriend Nikki says hello and God bless you. She is, a little sleepy, so she's sleeping. That's okay. She wanted to send her regards to all of her friends. She thinks you're all wonderful. Now, what else do we got going on? Oh, yes. So that would make it 11:51 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. That would be, of course, Wednesday, May 6, 2026. It is 12:22 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. That would be Thursday, May 7, 2026. Now, if you're wondering, Grant, Towel, what's going on? Well, I've been watching the Treasury yield curves. You know, the 10-year average on the return. American Treasury bonds are sold in 10 and 20-year bonds. You want to watch for two things. The first is called the death cross, where the return on a long-term bond goes beneath the rate of return on a short-term bond, or the inverse. It's called a death cross. You can look it up. The second thing that I've been looking at is the 10-year Treasury yield bond rate has been like dipping and rising. It's not the oil prices. I think Mr. President Trump is putting out fake happy talk based on the 10-year U.S. Treasury bond yield curve. I know it wasn't just me that figured this out. I saw a chart earlier, so I did some looking into it. Almost every statement about this war ending or beginning to end, etc., all seems to center around the 10-year Treasury bond curve. When it goes down, the yield rate on the bond, Mr. President tends to say happy things. When it goes up, things are just kind of stable. Every time Mr. President says there's an end to the war coming, it's always because there's a dip in the 10-year Treasury bond yield curve. Okay, just take a look at it. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Now, secondarily, or perhaps more importantly, earlier today there was just, first of all, it came from Axios. So take everything that Axios says with a grain of salt for a number of reasons. One, they've said a bunch of ridiculous things during this war, okay? Most of it, it's just the administration trying to manipulate the markets. There was a really strange short option. A short is where you, like, bet that prices are going to go down. I'm oversimplifying it. There was a really strange short this morning on the oil markets in particular, like right before this weird announcement from Mr. President that, you know, Iran had capitulated basically, or not capitulated, but that he was going to offer them the terms of the JCPOA, that Iran was going to send all their enriched uranium over to the U.S., etc., etc. The normal sort of rhetoric from America. It turns out that all this was a U.S. kind of offer back to Iran. And immediately after this offer, there was another attack on a French ship in the Strait of Hormuz. However, the president also spoke about 30 minutes ago in the White House. So first of all, let me take you to what happened. This is what I think I am monitoring right now. Let me take you to the latest scenes from southern Beirut. Yes, you heard that correctly. Okay, this is not the southern part of Lebanon. This is the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Just about, 3 hours ago, I think it was 8:27 p.m. local time exactly, okay, this occurred in the southern suburbs of Beirut. And yes, you are looking at images of a security camera filming 3 distinct Israeli bombing raids, yes, 3, on southern Beirut. Now, Israel has claimed these attacks, and they have claimed, although the reports are unconfirmed on Israeli media, that these 3 strikes in the south of Lebanon, the Lebanese capital, the first bombs on Beirut since the start of the ostensible ceasefire, despite the fact that throughout that whole ceasefire there were bombs dropping on southern Lebanon. You are looking at it. These were 3 bombs that dropped in a row just hours ago. Israel claims that these bombs took out the head of what's called the Radwan forces. I might have said the Quds forces earlier. They may be the same thing, but at this point. But the point is, it was actually the head of the Radwan forces, which is Hezbollah's most elite sort of unit. They infiltrate Israel. They do like high-level attacks inside Israel. They're kind of like they're basically the special forces of Hezbollah. Now, Hezbollah has not responded to this attack. This was the actual moment of the strike. So I am monitoring very closely because, first of all, this was a civilian area. I just want to be clear. This raid is what it's called. And there was a simultaneous raid in Gaza, which was reported to have injured or potentially killed the son of the leader of Hamas. His name is Azam Khalil al-Hayya. Okay? That is the son of Hamas leader Khalil al-Hayya. It is unconfirmed whether that man, the son of the Hamas leader, was injured or killed, but there were simultaneous strikes on the head of the Radwan forces in Lebanon, okay, that's Hezbollah, and the son of the head of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Okay, that all occurred roughly, I'd say, 2 to 3 hours ago. There has been no response. Apparently, the Israeli bombing that you just saw in Beirut, the Lebanese capital, for the first time since the start of the ceasefire, was approved by Mr. President Trump. Okay, so I will take you to some footage now from the aftermath of that bombing, which occurred earlier. Okay, this was in the southern area in the residential area in the southern suburbs in Beirut. I'll take you to the aftermath now.
هيدي ثانوية الشهيد حياة. هيدا المبنى اللي انضرب يا 4 طاولة يا 5 طاولة. هيدي ثانوية الشهيد حياة. هيدا المبنى اللي انضرب يا 4 طاولة يا 5 طاولة. هيدي ثانوية.
This is the follow-up. I'm only able to see some of the videos. They don't all play friendly with the connection, the hotspot that I'm using. But yes, you do not need to adjust your set at this point. I can tell you that there was an airstrike in southern Beirut. It was 3 airstrikes, in fact, targeting the head of the Radwan forces, which is the paramilitary unit of Hezbollah. Not paramilitary, special forces. We're looking at Beirut just 1 or 2 hours ago, where the head of the Radwan, the special forces division of Hezbollah, was, according to Israeli state media, killed in a triple tap assassination strike. This was the aftermath of that assassination strike. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'll take it out of President Trump, who spoke in the White House earlier, just minutes ago, about a UFC fight that he's going to have on the lawn.
Really well, now we have to get what we have to get. If we don't do that, we'll have to go a big step further. They have something that probably you don't know.
Take a
that.
listen.
There's a beautiful
After
balcony
he did the UFC speech, he took questions.
on the White House. And,
how are
do you have any questions? Only for the fighters now, I think. They want to ask about Iran and a couple of other things.
I can try on Iran.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Let me, I'll bridge this. Here you go.
Yes,
You're facing. Well, try. Wait, this will work. You're facing an opponent right now in Iran that has refused to submit. You seem optimistic now that you may be closer to a deal. What's different about this moment now than in other moments where a deal has seemed close?
Well, why do you say they refused to submit? You don't know that. You don't know what's
There were
going
5
on.
U.S. ships a few days ago.
And a few days ago, it's a long time ago. In the world of war, a few days ago, no, they want to make a deal badly. And we'll see if we get there. If we get there, they can't have nuclear weapons. It's very simple. But what's not to submit? So they had a Navy with 159 ships, and now every ship is blown to pieces and lying at the bottom of the water. They had an Air Force, lots of planes, and they don't have any planes. They don't have any anti-aircraft. They don't have any radar left. Their missiles are mostly decimated. They have some. They're probably 18, 19%, but not a lot by comparison to what they had. And their leaders are all dead. So I think we won. Now it's only a question of, look, if we left right now Iran, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. You would call that, we're in good shape, right? Fantastic. We're in good shape. And now we're doing well. Now we have to get what we have to get. If we don't do that, we'll have to go a big step further. But with that being said, they want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours. And it's very possible that we'll make a deal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you. What are the status of these talks? They're very good. Just give some insight as to where we are.
Had talks, and we've had some good talks before, as you know. And all of a sudden, the next day, they forgot what happened. They're proud, like these guys are proud. Nobody more proud than these guys. Sometimes they fight on pride because they're injured, they're hurt. No matter how great you are, you get hit by somebody else that looks like them. It's very tough, but they have great pride. These people have great pride. The others do too. Enemies have great pride. We went into Venezuela smart people, great people, a really strong military. We won it very quickly, and we have a fantastic. It's been a great thing for Venezuela. The people are really happy. They're dancing in the streets because they have a lot of money coming in through the big oil companies that are all moving in. I was with ExxonMobil last night. The chairman was here, and we were talking about Venezuela, along with a lot of them. Chevron, they're all.
Breaking, there has been an attack in Erbil. I repeat, there has been an attack in Erbil. I repeat, there has been an attack in Erbil. Let me see if I can load it up for you now. This thing doesn't always play nice. There has been an attack in Erbil. Let me see if I can make this thing play nice, actually. Hold on. Let's go back to Mr. President.
They were all here last night. They all want to go there and elsewhere. We just hit a new high in the stock market. The stock market's the highest it's ever been. And I expected that the market would be down 20-25%. I was willing to do that to get rid of a crazy country. Crazy. The people, look, you talk about regime change. Their first level leaders are dead. Their second level leaders are dead. Some of their third level leaders are dead. I call that regime change. But I thought we'd be down maybe 20%, and we're up. The stock market's higher now than when we started this war. And I thought oil prices would go to $200, $250. It's at $100 now. And I think you're surprised and I'm surprised. But even if it went to 200, it would have been worth it. I understand that. We had just set a record, 50,000 on the Dow, 7,000 on the S&P, a record. And I said, I hate to do this, but we have to make an excursion down to Iran because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Look, and this is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon because as tough as they are, we want to keep them alive. We want to keep all of you alive. Iran cannot have.
God bless you, Honest Rick. Thank you for your support. You're so kind. So good to see you. Keep up the good work, Grant, says Honest Rick. You're so kind, my friend. Thank you for your support. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel.
A nuclear weapon, and they won't. And they've agreed to that, among other things. Yep.
Mr. President, you've had some recent back and forth with Pope Leo. I understand Secretary of State Marco Rubio is going to meet with the Pope tomorrow. What message do you hope he delivers to the Holy Father?
Well, I can tell you this, that as far as the Pope is concerned, it's very simple. Whether I make him happy or I don't make him happy, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And he seemed to be saying that they can. And I say they cannot. Because if that happened, the entire world would be hostage, and we're not going to let that happen. That's my only message. Okay, so they're going to go out now, and they're going to have some great pictures taken, and we'll see you guys on June 14th, but I know in your case we're going to see a lot more. We'll see you probably tomorrow.
Of all the events on the South Lawn, why this event?
I think it's going to be the biggest event we've ever had at the White House. I mean, the White House doesn't really do athletic events for the most part.
All right, I'm not even sure what to say about that. Again, God bless you to Honest Rick. Thank you so much for your support of Towel Channel. And it's so good to see you all, Honest Rick and Miss Clutch and Silent Jog and Soul Controllers here and JRP and Mike Johnson. It's so good to see you. And Keith, how are you, my dear friend? I want to show you the latest now from Erbil. I was able to get it to work after I reloaded the video. This is Erbil Iraq right now. Now, there have been attacks in Erbil the past few nights. But this is the latest footage I have for you just minutes ago coming out of Erbil. I'm not sure if this is the beginning of a wave of attacks or if it is just one attack. I'll take a look now. I'll show you. There have been attacks in Erbil over the past few nights. I'll show you more footage now coming in from Erbil. This is in northern Iraq. This is likely Iranian-backed militias, the Blood Guardians, or otherwise. Hello and welcome. Hungry Yaj. It is good to have you. Thank you for your question. God bless you. This is likely Iranian-backed militias, the Blood Guardians, or otherwise, in Iraq, targeting anti-Iranian positions. Yes, Standing Stones. Hezbollah in Lebanon, a lot of the Hezbollah forces are what's called the Quds Force of the IRGC, especially after the pager attack. The IRGC, according to sources that I've listened to from the ground, like Zena Kador, Ali Hashim, and others, the IRGC took over the kind of command and control structure of Hezbollah in South Lebanon following the pager attack. That was where Israel compromised the supply chain of Hezbollah's pagers and had them explode in Hezbollah's hands. I'm going to take you now to Revolution Square, Tehran, Iran, where another night of pro-government protests are ongoing. This is Tehran tonight. Okay, Iran, for their part, has just announced within the last 10 minutes that they are opening their ports to the ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. I repeat, per an announcement from the Mizan news agency in Iran, Iran is opening its ports. I'll read the announcement to you now. Go ahead, British reporter Towell.
Conversation. Translated from Persian. The Islamic Republic of Iran Ports and Maritime Organization, through the issuance of an official message addressed to the commanders of commercial vessels present in the Strait of Hormuz and regional waters, announced the complete readiness of the country's ports to provide general maritime services, technical support, and health and medical services.
Well, there you hear it. Iran is going to open their ports. I repeat, Iran is going to open their ports for the people of the world. All right, I'm going to give you a summary now from Courtney Buneo just 4 minutes ago of the Israeli strikes in Lebanon today.
Technical support. Conversation. Summary of Israeli attacks on Lebanese territory on the 6th of May 2026. Airstrikes. South, Kirbet Selm. Saksakia. Majdalzun. Zortar Sharkiya. Zortar Garbia. Jebchit. KFR Jews. Daudia. Bazuria. Mansuri. Rayan. Kunin. Kaifa. Yama al-Shakif. Miftan. Kaifa Tebnit. Lat. Teri. Juya Majadal. Barashit. Yatir. Duer. Ansri. Arzi. Nabatieh al-Fuka. Western Bekaa, Kalya. Zaliar. Southern suburbs, Harat Reek. Drone strikes, Miftan. Wadi Jillo. Artillery shelling, Rishaya al-Faka. Zortar al-Sharkiya, artillery plus phosphorus. Zortar al-Garbia, artillery plus phosphorus, al-Shaitia. Zichan. Kunan. Miftan. Kafa Tibnit. Tulan. Talat al-Aziyah. Al-Nabashia al-Fuka. Al-Gandoria. Shakra. Al-Qiyam. Yama al-Shakif, artillery plus phosphorus.
So there you go. That was the latest from Lebanon. That was the Israeli raids. What will they do with the crew and cargo? Not really sure, Mike Johnson. I guess they're just going to give them food and keep them alive. Here's the latest from Semnan, Iran, the 67th night of protests.
افتخار کوروشی با کشت خوب میکشی شبین از این عدو خوشی تو سربندت بنویس اینجا ایرانه تا اسمش میاد بایست اینجا ایرانه حرف اضافه هیچ اینجا ایرانه تجاوز اجازه نیست اینجا ایرانه بودم حیدر مددی خوب زدی به پیکر شر رو بدی بگو خوب زدی کوتا نیومده.
Oh, God bless you, translator Towel. I know that the Pope has been calling each morning. He actually called this morning to speak with the leaders of the Christian villages, including Nabatea, to get updates. He's been watching the situation every day. God bless the people of South Lebanon and may God protect them.
بداند هر که با فرمان آمریکا و اسرائیل می آید خودش با پای خود دارد به استقبال اسرائیل می آید. سپاه عبدالت کشید و کشت خوب می کشید به مرک سیاوشی جذب خانه ساوشی ای قوی ترین ارتشی و کشت خوب می کشید دون بزین می کشید و کشت خوب می کشید تو رستمی تو آرشی حیدر 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 اینجا مقدسه اینجا ایرانه تکلیف مشخصه اینجا ایرانه اینجا خدا بسه اینجا ایرانه شد زنگ مدرسه اینجا ایرانه خوب زدی به اهرمن باز بزن باز بزن بزن به امر اول حسن علی باز بزن ریشه خیمه رو بکن باز بزن بمیرن لشکر شیطان که این پرچم.
That was the latest from Senman, Iran. Now I want to take you back to the beginning of the day. Okay, we have a lot of updates to cover, so I want to take you back to the beginning of the day. I'll take you through my day. Alright, because we got some new footage actually from Iranian state TV of the results from March attacks on Iran by the US and Israel. Okay, but I have to take you to that footage because, as you know, when Tal's covering things, well, I tend to just go. I don't really stop. Oh, Soul Controller, you might have to summarize it for me. Hi, Mimi. Oh, God bless you. It's so good to see you. Hi, Ellie. Ellie's a baby goat. I'm a towel. It's so good to see you, Mimi. Soul Controller, just let me know what the Telegram link summarizes. I may have said Telegram doesn't always load. It's just very data intensive. Let me take you through the day, okay? I have a bunch of updates for you, but we got to go back. When did I wake up? I don't even remember. It was a long time ago. It was probably like 12 hours ago. I just tweet throughout the day, so that way, one, people can be informed, and then also when we do the nightly news recap, I can just take you through all the news. Now, you might be saying, Grant, you're not going to cover all of this. Yes, I am. I'm going to cover every single thing that happened since I woke up, and if there are any emergent situations, I will break into my recap and cover those too. Alright, here we go. When did the day start? Oh, yes. I woke up, I don't know, probably at like 5 in the morning U.S. time. What happened? Where were we? Oh, okay, here we go. So, Ukraine announced, oh, Lavender and Rose, thank you so much for that wonderful heart. Oh, that is the greatest thing I've ever seen. It was a dancing heart. Oh, it's wonderful. I love it. God bless you, Lavender and Rose. You are so kind. I heard that YouTube enabled a bunch of new options on the vertical stream and on the other streams for giving the hearts and things. I'm so thrilled. I meant to read the community update about it from my community support partner, but I forgot to do it. So you are wonderful. Thank you so much, Lavender and Rose. That was great. That really made me feel all wonderful. Happy Mother's Day. Oh, that was great, Lavender and Rose. A very special Happy Mother's Day. Thank you for those 300 jewels. They really charged up my energy. I'm a big fan. Hello, Chris. It is so good to see you. Hello to all our Tao friends in Greece. God bless all of you. May God protect the people of Greece. My doctor is Lebanese, Maronite. Yeah, Motorhead, you're not wrong. I think a lot of the Maronite communities in Lebanon are frustrated. I don't think I have to tell you, though, about the Jesus statue. People were a little mad about the Jesus statue, but we don't have to go there. All right, taking you to where my day began. In Keshem Island, a drone was intercepted by Iranian defense systems overnight. Oh, God bless you, Mimi. Those prayers are so wonderful. I pray, Mimi. Mimi, she wrote a sigil back in the day. I'm worried, she's a demon worshiper, but we can talk about that when me and Nikki come and visit you. We'll cast some kind of, positive thing, and we'll dispel the demon. Damn demons. Motorhead, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just saying that it's almost like the Catholic Maronite communities in South Lebanon have no one except for the Pope. They're just alone. I feel very bad for them. And that's also where the goats might have been from. You know, the goats that Mimi and I and everyone loves so much. We just want the goats to go home, frankly. I would be perfectly happy if Hezbollah never did another attack on anyone, as long as Israel just left southern Lebanon and then there were no more attacks. That would be great. Hashtag let the goats go home. This is an Iranian intercept overnight of a drone that was heading towards Keshem Island. You're looking at relatively rare footage from the ground overnight of a drone that was intercepted. Do I think Iran will hit the GCC before? Yeah, I wonder if Iran hitting Iraq because USA attacked me or something. There have been skirmishes, quote unquote, which was my word, and then the president used it too. But there have been skirmishes in Erbil by the Iranian backed militias targeting like the PMF and the Blood Guardians. They've done 1 or 2 bombings a night. So just 1 bombing in Erbil does not raise my alert level. But if there were like 7, I would, because that's what Iran does to bring down air defenses so they can shoot missiles at Israel. They fire at Erbil, they fire at Mosul, Iraq, they fire like throughout southern Lebanon. They try to bring down Israeli air defenses and American air defenses so they can shoot missiles from the west of Iran over the circumlocutus. It's actually quicker when you circumnavigate the earth because it's a sphere. So they want to send their missiles in an arc from western Iran over northern Iraq, over Syria near Aleppo, over northern Lebanon, past Tripoli, past Beirut, over southern Lebanon, where the most important... The reason why Hezbollah is fighting so hard for southern Lebanon, let's be clear, it's not just to preserve Lebanese territorial integrity. It's because if you want to take down Israeli air defenses, you have to be able to shoot a lot of missiles ahead of time at northern Israel to bring down the air defenses to get the Khorram Sharhar through to Tel Aviv. That's what Hezbollah's job is. And the Blood Guardians have a job too, which is to bring down air defenses, and they're called distraction bombings. That's the parlance I use, to bring down air defenses. Now, what Hezbollah does are not distraction bombings. They launch full-on like 70 missile, 70 drone attacks to bring down the air defenses, and then Iran comes in behind with their waves. Instead of Iran sending like 1,000 cruise missiles, which is kind of stupid to send, very slow. It takes an hour to get from Iran to Israel with a cruise missile. Instead of sending them from Iran in waves like they used to do, they just have Hezbollah send them. They have the Blood Guardians focus on the U.S. bases and air defenses in Erbil and the north of Iraq. They have Hezbollah focus on the Israeli air defenses in the north, and they get their missiles through. Almost every time they fire a Khorram Sharhar, it hits. I'd say they have a near 100% success rate when they fire, which is why I don't understand why Bibi's doing this. Why is he testing them? Iran can and will fire back, and they can and will hit Israel. Motorhead, it's not about them occupying new lands. Israel views Hezbollah's presence, and by the way, I'd say 95% of the communities south of the Litani River are Shia, pro-Iran. And so, as a result, it's not about the territory. It's what Israel thinks Hezbollah and Iran are going to do from the territory. That's the fight. All right, let me take you forward now to the footage that was released from Iranian State TV. This was the first footage released from Iranian State TV of the damage to civilian airports in Iran during the month of March 2026. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Motorhead. That's absolutely where it started. Hezbollah formed in '82, but it absolutely resulted from the expulsion of the PLO to Lebanese territory. 100%. Nailed it. Standing Stones, that's actually a strategic alliance, Somaliland, between Ethiopia and Israel. Ethiopia wants access to the water there, and it's a landlocked country, so it needs Somaliland. Israel just wants more influence in the region, so it's backing Ethiopia. The U.S. is backing Ethiopia too. That's why you see Somalians taking so many hits in the U.S. domestically, because there's a proxy war. Somaliland is actually a conflict between Ethiopia, backed by Israel and the U.S., and Somalia, backed by Russia, I believe. I'm not sure. Hi, Pick a Handle. Good to see you. This is the first footage released from Iran of the attacks on their civilian airports during March of 2026. Sorry about the volume. I just have it set at its regular 100%. It's not boosted. So you might just have to turn your device's volume down. It could just be the source audio is high on this clip. That was the latest from Iran. Those were the first pictures from Iranian state TV earlier today of the damage done to the civilian airports in Iran during March of 2026. Okay. Now I'll take you to the Ukraine city of Sumy, S-U-M-Y, where Russian drones so Ukraine imposed a ceasefire last night, okay? Russia wants a ceasefire May 9th and 10th. So Ukraine yesterday declared a unilateral ceasefire in response from May 5th to 6th. Russia immediately violated the ceasefire. Here's the video evidence earlier today in SUNY, Ukraine. That is a drone attack on a civilian area in Ukraine. This is from about 12 hours ago, 10 hours ago in Ukraine, where Russia immediately violated the Ukraine ceasefire that Ukraine unilaterally offered. Ukraine completely stopped firing at Russia today as a gesture of goodwill. It was a unilateral ceasefire. Russia ignored it immediately and bombed civilian areas in multiple cities in Ukraine. So I don't think Russia's going to get there. Russia wants a ceasefire for this big national celebration. Putin wants it from March 9th and 10th. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, the day also started, by the way, with an announcement that Saudi Arabia and Iran are trying diplomacy again. You can see the announcement from the Saudi Ministry of Foreign Affairs here that the Iranian foreign minister and the Saudi foreign minister had a phone call discussing the region. Very unique considering the history of Saudi-Iranian tensions, especially since 2014, where the two sides have been fighting a proxy war in Yemen, with, of course, Iran supporting the Houthis in the north, and Saudi Arabia supporting the bifurcated and fractured and very factionalized Yemenis National Council in the south. All right, so here was the U.S. offer. I'm going to show you the U.S. offer from today, okay? Mr. President, right as the oil markets were swaying and right as things were getting intense, Mr. President announced that this was his new offer, that Iran immediately said they didn't take very seriously, but they would review. Here it is.
Conversation. Breaking. U.S. announcement. The current memorandum format announces the end of the war and the start of negotiations for 30 days regarding the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranian nuclear program, and sanctions. Negotiations may take place in Islamabad or Geneva. Iran's restrictions on the strait and the U.S. naval blockade will be gradually lifted during the 30-day period. US forces will reinstate the blockade or resume military operations if the negotiations collapse. A 14-point memorandum is being negotiated between Witkoff and Kushner and Iranian officials directly and through intermediaries. Iran will commit in the Memorandum of Understanding to not seeking to possess nuclear weapons. Discussions are underway on a clause by which Iran commits to not operating underground nuclear facilities. Iran will commit to an enhanced inspection regime that includes surprise inspections conducted by UN inspectors. Washington will commit under the Memorandum of Understanding to lifting sanctions on Iran and gradually releasing frozen funds. Iran will agree in the memorandum to removing highly enriched uranium from the country, and this is a priority for us. One of the options on the table for discussion is transferring the highly enriched uranium to the United States. We are seeking to include a clause stating that any Iranian violation regarding the enrichment process will lead to an extension of the freeze period. Pure Iranian surrender, this is after the extermination of all the filthy dogs from Khamenei to the smallest jackass in the Revolutionary Guard. We don't hear any crowing that Iran has won after agreeing to these terms.
Okay, thank you, British reporter Tal. Okay, so that was the initial report to start the day. Hello, it's so good to see you, Penny, and Pick a Handle, and so many others. So this is what President Zelensky had to say regarding Russia's ceasefire violations.
Pure Iranian surrender.
No, that is not what I wanted you to read. Please begin.
Conversation. After yesterday's savage strikes against our cities and communities, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Kramatorsk, and others, the Russian army continued active hostilities and terrorist shelling throughout this day as well. Russia's choice is an obvious spurning of a ceasefire and of saving lives. Assaults continue across all key sections of the front, and since the start of this day alone, the Russian army has already carried out nearly 30 assaults. More than 20 airstrikes using over 70 aerial bombs have been recorded just overnight and this morning. Throughout the night, the Russian army also launched strikes with various types of drones. In particular, Ukraine's defense forces neutralized nearly 90 attack drones alone. There were also missile strikes. In total, as of 10 a.m., the Russian army had committed 1,820 violations of the ceasefire regime, shelling, attempted assaults, airstrikes, and the use of drones. I am grateful to our warriors for defending Ukrainian positions. Ukraine clearly stated that it would act in kind, taking into account Russia's persistent appeals through the media and social networks asking for a ceasefire during the Moscow parade. It is obvious to any reasonable person that a full-scale war and the daily murdering of people are a bad time for public celebrations. Russia must end the war it is currently waging. Even with the internet shut down and communications blocked, it is perfectly clear to most Russians that their leadership can come out of the bunker and choose peace. The Russian side has our diplomatic proposals, and the only thing needed is Russia's willingness to move toward real peace. As of today, we can confirm that the Russian side has disrupted the ceasefire regime. Based on the evening reports from our military and intelligence, we will decide on our further actions. Glory to Ukraine. Following yesterday's brutal strikes against our cities and communities, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Kramatorsk, and others, the Russian army continued active combat operations and terrorist shelling through this day as well.
Thank you, British reporter Tal. So that was the beginning of the day. I'm also sorry to report that overnight in Massachusetts, a one-way driver, a wrong-way driver, driving on the highway, Route 1 to be specific, in Linfield, was literally putting people's lives in danger. A state police trooper, his shift ended. He heard the call on the radio that there was this person driving down the middle of a wrong-way road. This trooper, we talk a lot about bad cops in Massachusetts. Here's a story about a hero cop. This trooper, after his shift ended, he had no duty to respond to that call. He was worried about people on the highway. He got in his car, drove, knowing that this one-way driver was going like 70 miles an hour down a major highway the wrong way, drove directly towards the suspect. And I don't know exactly what happened in the moment of impact. I don't know if this trooper sacrificed himself to save people. I don't know if there was a collision because the suspect just wouldn't stop. The trooper drove himself head-on into the suspect to disable the suspect's vehicle, and the trooper lost his life. He was a young man. Thank you, Soul Controller. I will check that out. And I just want to say that trooper's a hero. It was a head-on collision. He put his life. He did die. He was a young trooper too. And we talk a lot about bad cops, but the profession of policing is at its core, when you set aside all the bad cops and corruption, about people putting their lives on the line to save others. And there's no action that speaks more to that bravery and selflessness than what that trooper did by driving after his shift ended head on to stop that suspect from hurting people. Incredible heroism. Taking you now to the West Bekaa, where a building targeted the mayor of Zalea, where there were several victims. An airstrike targeted a building where the mayor of the town was located. This was an Israeli airstrike.
غارة على بلدة زلايا في البقاع الغربي. غارة على بلدة زلايا في البقاع الغربي.
You're right, Soul Controller. I'll take you now to Al Mansouri in southern Lebanon. This is a primary source picture of Israeli shelling earlier today in Al Mansouri. All right, I'll take you now to a Hercules plane with the Israeli Air Force, I think it's the Israeli Air Force, flying low over Sauma in South Mount Hebron. Now, Israeli operations have obviously been escalating throughout the occupied Palestinian territories and in South Lebanon throughout the day. Taking you now to the city of Shama in southern Lebanon, where Israel and the IDF raised their flag earlier today. Taking you now to further strikes on southern Lebanon. Now taking you to the bridge between Kadesh and Tehran that was bombed by the U.S. during the war. Here is footage of it undergoing repairs earlier Wednesday. That is the bridge that was bombed by the U.S. and Israel during the March War. It is being repaired today. It cuts the travel time between Tehran and the city of Kadesh in the west from 1 hour to 10 minutes. It is the highest suspension bridge in the Middle East, and it was just about to open when it was bombed. Taking you now to the Nur Shams camp in occupied Tulkarm, where there was an Israeli airstrike today as well. Okay, taking you now to Trey Yink's report on the end of by the way, Operation Freedom's over. It ended. The plan to break the blockade, they gave up on that. Hashtag F in the chat for Operation Freedom. We'll miss you, Operation Freedom. You were alive for only 24 hours. F in the chat for Operation Freedom.
President Trump made a major announcement overnight saying that he is pausing Project Freedom to allow negotiations with Iran to proceed. The president posting on Truth Social, quote, based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally, the fact that great progress has been made toward a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran, we have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. Now, Iran's ambassador to Pakistan responded to the announcement by mocking President Trump, posting on X, once beaten, twice shy. The U.S. military remains postured across the region should negotiations with Iran not yield the desired outcome. Yesterday, from the White House, Secretary of State Marco Rubio described what the Trump administration prefers.
The Iranian, I believe, parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bagar Ghalibaf, he posted on X, quote, Operation Trust Me Bro failed. Now, back to routine with Operation Foxios.
Operation.
Standing Stones, when I have more information on the reported hit of a French ship, I will let you know, my dear friend. Thank you, Soul Controller. Got it.
Epic Fury is concluded. We achieved the objectives of that operation. I'm not going to, we're not cheering for an additional situation to occur. We would prefer the path of peace. What the president would prefer is a deal.
The question now is if a deal can be reached with the Iranians. President Trump indicated to Fox News this week that Iran is being far more malleable because of the U.S.
Breaking, Russia will use its veto power at the UN on the U.S. resolution to open the U.S. to the Strait of Hormuz with military force. Breaking. Russia, according to Tasnim news agency in Iran, they are citing, it looks like they just cite Arabic, which I imagine is Al Jazeera Arabic, but I'll confirm. Russia has decided to use its veto power against the draft resolution by the United States and Gulf countries regarding the Strait of Hormuz. Russia has opposed the Chapter 7 formula included in the draft resolution on Hormuz. Russia and China had also vetoed the previous resolution on April 7th. Trooper Kevin Trainer. Robin Hood, thank you. That was the name of the trooper who heroically sacrificed himself overnight to save members of the public. And I'll show you more about Trooper Trainer with some further updates throughout our catch-up. Thank you so much, Robin Hood. It's so good to see you. God bless you.
As pressure being applied on the regime.
Other presidents should have done this. 47 years they've been toying with these stupid people. That's not the way we play. No, we do it the old-fashioned way. And they should wave. They're very proud. Maybe you won't see a white flag, but essentially that's already what they are. They should wave the white flag of surrender.
You heard the president there. They should wave the white flag of surrender. The region now waits to see if they will.
Yeah, so about that white flag of surrender, we'll see. Immediately after that, there was Israeli gunfire in Khan Yunis. This was earlier today, and Israeli raids in Al Rihan in South Lebanon. Then government spokesman in France, Maoud Bergeron, said France was not specifically targeted on a CMA GCM vessel in the Strait of Hormuz, adding the incident has shown the situation remains dangerous. Taking you now to China, where the Iranian foreign minister held talks with his Chinese counterpart in Beijing, showing up Mr. President Trump a little bit. This is the Iranian foreign minister in Beijing earlier today with his Chinese counterpart. Yes, the diplomatic pool feed. The images of the Iranian foreign minister. Oh yes, they sit in a nice room. It's called staffed, so they have people next to them. They have people on the walls. They have a nice camera that comes in. No audio, of course. You only get, this is China, okay? It's run by the Communist Party. So all you get to see is, a very pre-managed handshake. There's no audio at all. There it is. The Iranian foreign minister shakes the hand of the Chinese foreign minister. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, showing up Mr. President Trump being a little bit shown up here. Yes, the Chinese foreign minister accepting the visit and delegation from Iran. The Chinese are reportedly very insistent that the trip by President Trump to China in just 10 days' time, I believe the 15th through the 16th or the 14th through the 15th of May, not be used as a pressure point to force the Iranians to capitulate in the war. Taking you now to Kryvyi in Ukraine, where a Russian drone struck a target in the area earlier today. Oh, God bless you to the person who sent a donation for dinner. You are wonderful. You are absolutely a super towel. I am so grateful for you. Hashtag thank you for supporting Towel News. This is a Russian strike during the ceasefire earlier today. Russia asked for a ceasefire later in May 9th and 10th. Ukraine asked for a ceasefire last night. Russia immediately violated the ceasefire. Here is more video evidence.
Ебать! Я снял, прикинь.
Mimi. Boom. You're wonderful, Mimi.
Ебать! Я снял, прикинь.
Boom.
Ебать! Я снял, прикинь.
Hi, Alvaro. Good to see you.
Boom.
Ебать!
So this was a Russian strike on Ukraine during the ceasefire that Ukraine asked were imposed overnight. I'll take you now to images the Israeli army published of strikes on southern Lebanon earlier today. Footage published by the IDF of strikes on Lebanon earlier today. Oh, God bless you, Alvaro. It's so good to see you. Footage from the IDF of strikes on Lebanon earlier today. Taking you now to Quayalia in the western Albika region, which was also hit by an Israeli airstrike earlier today. For the fourth day in a row, the Bahraini army announced with the same verbiage an increase in its readiness and alert posture. Taking you now to Kafar Juz in the Nabataya district of Lebanon, which was also hit by Israel with an airstrike earlier today. Okay, all of this was during the ostensible ceasefire. This was before the strike on Beirut. Then, as Axios was reporting, by the way, Channel 12 was the first person to report, first channel to be ready to cover, other than me, the assassination of Khomeini. And I covered it because I listened to the State of the Union and I know how Mr. President talks. Let's take a listen to Channel 12's report from Israel earlier today.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Enemy alert. Israel's Channel 12 reported, citing Israeli security sources, that there are indications suggesting that US President Donald Trump may give Israel the green light to resume military operations in the Gaza Strip. According to the same sources, Israel views the Hamas movement's rejection of the disarmament clause as a violation of the provisions of the existing agreement. Reports added that this rejection has prompted Israel to study a series of potential retaliatory measures and options.
Well, that was from Channel 12 in Israel, so where are we in the war? Is this all a fake? All right, then this is an Iranian-affiliated account earlier today reporting, over the course of last night, the U.S. military operation in the Strait of Hormuz has been met with a massive response from Iran, and President Trump has come to understand the operational deadlock. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz has been completed. Taking you now to Cinema Sakua damages in Iran. This was released by Tasnim News Agency for the first time earlier today. Footage of further American attacks on Iran during the war. This is a cinema. So I'm not sure why we bombed a cinema, but we did for some reason. I mean, that's clear primary source evidence. I don't know why we bombed the cinema. Maybe we missed. But for some reason, we bombed a cinema in Iran. And I can report that to you because I'm looking at the cinema that has been hit by a bomb. I don't like when governments say things. I like to find the primary source. Taking you to the New York Times now, where Diana DiZoglio, the state's auditor in Massachusetts record. Let's take a quick listen in local news to the New York Times. Just a quick summary. Oh, actually, hold on. We don't even have to use British Reporter Towel for this. Hold on, let's listen.
Up voters. This article is by Jenna Russell and read by an automated voice. When Diana DiZoglio, the Massachusetts state auditor, stepped onto the podium at the annual St. Patrick's Day breakfast in Boston and began to sing, everyone in the room knew what was coming. Baby, where the hell is my audit? Do they think we forgot it? Ms. DiZoglio crooned to the room full of politicians, adapting lyrics from the hit Ray AA song, Where Is My Husband?, to fit the breakfast's tradition of good-natured jabs at leaders in attendance. Since November 2024, when more than 70% of the state's voters approved a ballot question authorizing her to audit the legislature, Ms. DiZoglio, a Democrat, has faced stiff resistance from lawmakers in her own party and taken every opportunity to remind voters that their mandate has yet to be met. Her performance in March drew laughs, but the escalating conflict between the auditor and the state's Democratic establishment is anything but lighthearted. The clash pits Ms. DiZoglio, 42, a former state lawmaker from a blue-collar background, against a legislature that has been rated one of the least productive and most secretive in the country. To voters who have viewed the legislature with increasing skepticism and frustration, at a moment when the Democratic establishment is on the hot seat nationally, Ms.
Alerts.
DeZoglio's unrelenting pursuit of
Alerts.
the audit
Alerts.
has become a rallying
Alerts.
cause.
Alerts.
The people's rock
Alerts.
star, one of Ms.
Alerts.
DeZoglio's
Alerts! Alerts! Hezbollah is fired at northern Israel. I repeat, alerts! Red alerts! Hezbollah is fired at Marjaliyat and the north of Israel. I repeat, alerts! Alerts! Hezbollah has fired at northern Israel. Alerts! Alerts! Oh no. Oh, I'm sure that is a sound that... Oh no, they've launched a drone at Kiryat Shimona. Oh no, I repeat, Hezbollah has launched missiles at Marjaliyat and a drone at Kiryat Shimona. It is a wave of attacks. I told you they weren't going to be pleased because Israel assassinated the commander of the Radwan forces. You can't just do that. Of course they're going to bomb Israel. What did you think was going to happen? Oh no. Oh no. This is not good. Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. Oh, I'm sure those sounds are not pleasant for some of you, trust me. Oh, there's another drone. Oh, this is not good. Okay, I'm monitoring. Hezbollah has fired a drone at northern Israel. I repeat, Hezbollah has fired missiles and drones at northern Israel. Don't worry, we are here. We just got the alerts. I agree, Tiffany Bob. Jason Jones, hello. The commander of Hezbollah's Radwan forces was killed in an Israeli airstrike earlier, just 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago in Beirut. I will show you the footage in just minutes. But as of now, there has been a Hezbollah attack, missiles and drones launched at the north of Israel in Marjaliyat, and also a drone launched at Kiryat Shimona. In response, there is no doubt that there will be a Hezbollah response to this. Hezbollah has just been waiting. Israel violated the ceasefire. They fired at civilian areas in Beirut, and now Hezbollah has started their retaliation. If it will just be one strike, we don't know. I will monitor. I'm here with you. I sensed that I knew that it wasn't just a strike in Beirut. It was an assassination strike on the commander of the Radwan forces, which is Hezbollah's version of the special forces. It would be akin to killing the commander of Delta Force with an airstrike. And Hezbollah will treat it that way. Taking you now earlier to Kharshuz in the Nabayath district of southern Lebanon, which was itself hit with an airstrike earlier. I agree, Interpretal. I agree, my dear friend. This was Kfar Juz. I'm taking you through as many primary source pictures and videos as I can for you of today's incidents in Lebanon. And if there are further developments on the active alerts in northern Israel, I will take you there as well. Taking you to Bayut al-Sayad in southern Lebanon now, which was also hit by Israeli shelling earlier today. Hi, Main Chickadee, so good to see you. What a wonderful username. All right. Now, here's the $25 million, here was the $15 million oil short, a single trade. It was tracked. All right. $15 million short before that announcement came out from the U.S. about peace. Taking you now to a home between Quayalia and Zelalia in two airstrikes in the western Bekaa. All right, you're looking at the result of two Israeli airstrikes from the western Bekaa earlier on Wednesday. We're monitoring now as a wave of attacks just hit northern Israel from Hezbollah. Taking you now to Kawayat al-Saida, which was itself hit by an Israeli attack earlier today. Okay, I'm taking you through every update I can as the situation unfolds this evening. Now, Sheikh Akram, the leader of the Iraqi resistance, published this statement earlier Wednesday.
Conversation. Sheikh Akram, leader of the Iraqi resistance. Much talk has proliferated these days from the charge d'affaires of the American Embassy of Evil and Corruption, with direct incitement and funding from the criminal Zionist entity, regarding the sacred weapon of the honorable Islamic resistance in Iraq. Regrettably, a small few, seduced by worldly gains, have become mouthpieces for these criminals. Therefore, from a legitimate, national, and responsible standpoint, We urge all our brothers in the resistance factions to reject the very notion of discussing this matter. For it is a disgrace to even entertain such talk, which represents nothing but an echo of the Zionist and American voices, at a time when our country remains occupied, its skies violated, and its sovereignty stripped away by ongoing and overt interference. Let these individuals know that the weapon of the resistance is a red line. It is the trust of the martyrs and the honor of Iraq's authentic tribes. With it, we wipe away the tears of bereaved mothers and gladden the hearts of the steadfast believers. With it, we have shielded Iraq from the filth of Daesh and its American masters. It shall not be surrendered so long as breath remains in us. Nay, it shall not be taken, even if souls are laid down. And God is the ally of the believers. A hostage in the hands of the American embassy, even the employees' pensions.
Okay, that was the statement from the leader of the Iraqi resistance. President Trump, for his part, put out this odd statement. Assuming Iran agrees to give what has been agreed to, which is perhaps a big assumption, the already legendary Epic Fury will be at an end, and the highly effective blockade will allow the Hormuz Strait to be open to all, including Iran. Hello, LV, it's so good to see you. If they don't agree, the bombing starts, and it will be, sadly, at a much higher level and intensity than it was before. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. That's my President Trump voice. The Middle East Observer reports that China, Asian diplomatic sources to Al Mayadeen, a Hezbollah-affiliated channel in the north of in Lebanon, China is decisive in not accepting that the upcoming Xi-Trump summit in Beijing be a pressure card on Iran. Okay, taking you now to the town of Ansaraya near Sidon, which was hit itself by an Israeli airstrike. Yes, all of these happened today. If you're just tuning in, yes, Hezbollah did respond to the assassination of the head of the Radwan forces by targeting northern Israel in the past 5 minutes. I will get you an update as soon as I can. One Iranian source told Adam Cochran, the American wish list is just love letters they exchange with Pakistani sources, and I don't think I could have better summed up this entire negotiation process if I tried. All right. Taking you now to an update from Pope Leo. Pope Leo held a video call with priests from Christian border villages in southern Lebanon, checking on their conditions amid the war and offering his blessing. He said he is following the situation daily through contacts with world leaders and Christian organizations to support local communities during the crisis. Okay. All right, taking you to the latest now from Courtney Boneo in southern Lebanon. Her dispatch filed earlier today.
I'm reporting to you from the town of Iklim El Tafeh. As you can hear, the drone is flying low over the Nabatea area behind me. If you take a look here, you'll see that there was just an airstrike. The Israeli army today issued forced displacement orders for multiple towns in the Nabatea area and in the western sector. Forced displacement is a war crime, so is the bombing of the civilian area here. So far today, the Israeli army has attacked more than 10 towns and committed a massacre in the Bekaa and the town of Zalea, killing 4 people and wounding 5. I'm reporting to you.
All alerts have cleared in Israel.
What's the name?
Iklim El Tafeh. That was the latest from Courtney Boneo, one of the only Western reporters, English-speaking, reporting from the ground. Taking you now to the latest release from Fars news agency, the semi-official Iranian news agency. This video overviews the damage from an American and Israeli attack on Sharif University in Iran. Taking you now to the latest from Fars news agency, an official news agency in Iran. I think we should watch that one again full screen. This is the damage to, let me give you the name of the university. This is the damage to Sharif University in Iran. Footage released just earlier today by Fox News Agency in Iran. That was the latest from the university in Iran. Heartbreaking scenes, especially as an academic. To see any university destroyed is heartbreaking. They also just got tooth surgery, so you'll have to forgive me. I have a little swelling in my tooth. Okay. Professor Morandi from the Iranian delegation, for his part, said, Axios is a tool for White House market manipulation. The Islamic Republic is fully prepared for a potential major attack before Trump's trip to China. And then I'll take you to the latest release from Hezbollah 9 hours ago. This was a fiber optic drone armed with a Russian PG-7V 7VTL anti-tank RPG warhead. This is from Hezbollah, southern Lebanon, earlier today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is Towel News. Attack was on April 29th, released today. Wow, look at that video. Wow, look at that video quality. That's stunning for a drone. We use these clips to analyze the state of the different parties' technology. That's incredible. Look at the quality on that drone footage. That's a fiber optic video feed. You can't transmit that over here. Oh my word. That's wild. That's like 30 to 60 FPS. That's crazy. It's almost unbelievable. It's like Ukrainian. Yeah, I'll show you full screen. I'll show you one more time. This is almost impossible levels of video. You must understand, they are flying this drone like over army positions. It's in a battlefield. That's the video that the operator is seeing. They're recording that and then releasing it after. Just an incredible, I mean, setting aside the content, the video quality itself is, we're not analyzing it because they uploaded a video with high quality. Anyone can do that. We're analyzing that because that is what the drone operator saw. Hezbollah, as I've tried to tell people over and over and over again, is not like a paramilitary. They are a legitimate military. They have representation in the Parliament of Lebanon. The problem is that, unfortunately, people don't take Hezbollah seriously. So how do you think Hezbollah feels when they're this like well-equipped army with modern drones and modern missiles and a lot of money and all these international connections, and they have a lot of support domestically, and then they're labeled a terror group by the world community and by the current government of Lebanon, which, by the way, is the first government of Lebanon that has ever, in the since like the 80s, ever been willing to designate Hezbollah a terror group. Okay, so the current government of Lebanon is a little weird. All right. It's the strangest situation. You don't win a war with Hezbollah by pretending that they're Al-Qaeda. They're Hezbollah. They're an army. They've been around since 1982. They created a valid defense in 2006. They defended in 2023, 2024. They have backing, especially after the pager attack, by the Quds Force from the IRGC. I just don't understand, my dear friends, I don't understand why people don't take them seriously. They keep putting out videos trying to get people to tell them seriously. All right, now let's listen to the Fars News follow-up on that report from Axios. An informed source denied, this is from Fars, the semi-official Iranian agency. An informed source denied the Axios report about an agreement between Iran and the United States to end the war. Fars news agency reporters' follow-ups indicate that no new written messages have been exchanged between Iran and the United States so far, and some news fabrications by Western media are being pursued with specific objectives. I'm just having this right. It's 8 messages in a row. Let's go, British reporter tell. You got this. It did go down.
A hostage in the hands of the American embassy.
No, let's try again, please. Thank you.
Conversation.
This was 8 hours ago.
Urgent. An informed source denied the Axios report about an agreement between Iran and the United States to end the war.
Yeah.
Fars news agency's reporters' follow-ups indicate that no new written messages have been exchanged between Iran and the United States so far, and some news fabrications by Western media are being pursued with specific objectives. 1/8.
Yes. Would you continue?
Based on this report, the claims made by the American media outlet Axios and the British media outlet Reuters are assessed as being more aimed at influencing global markets, particularly reducing oil prices, than being based on field realities. 2/8. Last week, Iran, in response to the 9-article plan proposed by the American side, presented its own 14-article proposal. In this correspondence, Iran's red lines and overarching perspectives for ending the war were clearly articulated and conveyed to the United States through news website Axios claimed a few hours ago that the White House believes a one-page memorandum of understanding with Iran to end the war, as well as establishing a framework for more detailed nuclear negotiations, has become attainable. 4/8. Nevertheless, follow-ups by the Fars news agency reporter from 2 informed sources indicate that Iran has not yet provided a response to the latest message received from the United States, which was conveyed through a Pakistani intermediary. 5/8. Ismail Baghai, spokesman for our country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, had announced 4 days ago that the American side has sent a written response to Iran's proposal, and this response is currently under review by the Iranian team. 6/8. In this regard, a political source told the Fars news agency reporter, Axios often publishes the wishes of the American side in the form of news. And this kind of media hype could be a prelude to the start of a new round of exchanging proposals. 7/8. Ali Razare, an economic expert, also emphasized in an interview with Fars, the media actions of Axios and other Western media should be analyzed within the framework of psychological operations. The main goal of these fabrications is to reduce the West Texas Intermediate oil. The inevitable war will start from the Caucasus region. Wherever the Germans and Austrians go before that, 100% there's a plot there. Ursula von der Leyen's comings and goings to Armenia and the meetings in...
All right, thanks, British reporter Tal. I forgot there was one. There was a very important hearing regarding the auditor today. that I actually recorded the part where the SJC was very skeptical of the Attorney General's arguments. So let us take a look at further updates from today. I showed you the latest from FARS. I'm now going to show you the latest. I'm going to show you what I was doing throughout the day, which was updating you on the various. I will try to get you updates as well from the situation in northern Iraq and the situation in northern Israel as I'm able to do so. There was an airstrike as well. I also mentioned that the state trooper tragically passed away after sacrificing himself to save others. Well, after his shift ended, while a one-way driver was driving the wrong way on Route 1 in Linfield, Massachusetts. This state trooper is a hero. He has been lauded as such. God rest his soul. He died serving the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. He was off. He was technically off duty. He had just ended his shift, and in an act of selfless heroism, he heard that there was a wrong-way driver on a very dangerous highway. This trooper, the hero that he is, drove out. He didn't have to do this. He could have. I want you to understand, he's under no obligation when he's driving home. Okay, he's under no obligation at all whatsoever to stop that vehicle or to go respond to a call or anything. He's going home. He heard that, and it was such a serious call that he said to himself, I'm going to go and respond, and it cost him his life. He did that for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. God bless his soul. A good man, an honorable man. Truly, to look at the impact, he had to know, ladies and gentlemen, he had to know that was coming, and he drove his car nonetheless into that driver to save the lives of citizens in this Commonwealth. God bless him. Truly. I don't think I've ever seen an act of heroism like that before. This was footage of an Israeli airstrike in Ansida earlier today. Ansida. Oh, very scary scenes from Ansida in South Lebanon. I'm showing you the latest. I was getting your comments to reload. I tried to get that trooper's name. I forgot it. I will get it for you in 1 second. This is Ansida in southern Lebanon. And in case you're wondering where are these airstrikes hitting, well, I have more footage for you. There was never a ceasefire in southern Lebanon. The people of southern Lebanon have been experiencing this day after day. These are just the first attacks that have really started to hit that close to civilian areas. Hello, Tiffany Bob. God bless you, my friend. Taking you now to Norfolk County, Massachusetts, where Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney, viewers of this channel, what the hell? I will not have anyone, no, absolutely not. I will not have anyone on my feed that's going to say that mean word about Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. Blocked. I won't have any Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. Wait a minute. I will not have any Mr. You are going to lose your commenting privileges on my feed if you insult. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at some of these comments just insulting Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. I won't have it. I'll block them all. Nope. You're not insulting Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney on my feed. Nope. I'll block you. Nope. Not happening. I won't stand for it. I won't stand for it. That's Mr. Sweeney. You might see Mr. Sweeney come into the chat every now and again. Yes, Mrs. Clutch. Let me show you. I would say they're Iranian-backed militias. I do not have any confirm that they are Iranian attacks. But let me just say, Standing Stones, this is your friend from chat. That's Dennis Sweeney, who says hello to you. That's Mr. Sweeney. He's out supporting Adam Deutsch for Norfolk County District Attorney. I just wanted to give him a shout out because he comes in, he says hi. He has a very wonderful wife named Mrs. Sweeney. That's your friend, Standing Stones. You say hi to him all the time. I know you've probably never seen him, but that's your friend. Miss Clutch, yes, let me show you the latest footage and then we can go back to our update. So the update's going to be 8 hours ago with Mr. Sweeney. Let me show you the latest footage of the U.S. jets intercepting Iranian attacks in the north of Iraq. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm a towel. Okay, here's footage that shows a U.S. fighter jet intercepting a drone that was attempting to strike the U.S. base in Erbil, Iraq. Tonight, the drone confirmed is from Iraq. Here's the intercept. That's a U.S. fighter jet intercepting a drone over Erbil, Iraq, just minutes ago. So yes, Miss Clutch, I can confirm that report indeed. Oh, my apologies, Standing Stones. I thought you were asking me. Okay, so that is confirm of a U.S. fighter jet, ladies and gentlemen, intercepting a hostile drone over Erbil, Iraq. That is confirmed. Okay, so that was northern Iraq. That is a U.S. fighter jet intercepting a drone fired by what is most likely a pro-Iranian militia, either the PMF, the Popular Mobilization Forces, or the Blood Guardians. Taking you now to we're going to go back 8 hours. Sorry, we got to do our update. I'll take you to newer updates as they come in. I'm monitoring on my phone, and I got my alert app running. Don't worry, I am a towel. We're in multitasking towel mode. I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, but you got me for at least, I don't know, a couple more hours, depending, maybe less, maybe more. Okay, hold on. Taking you to 8 hours ago. Where are we going? All right, where are we? All right, hold on. 8 hours ago. Oh, yes, Mr. Sweeney. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. Then, I also made a tweet that was hilarious. I said, today, I was going to order a Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee after 10 days of brutally wanting it, but at the request of Pakistan, I abstained. Yes, I'm multi-toweling, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Pakistan, I'm being facetious here, obviously. Pakistan did not ask me to abstain, but I have stopped drinking Dunkin' iced coffees. You must understand it. Do you know how hard it was? It took me 10 days, I want to tell you all right now. It's either the sugar or the saturated fats. It took me 10 days to feel like myself again after I stopped drinking the Dunkin's iced coffees. I thought it was only Starbucks that did stuff like that. No, it was horrible. I'm never going back. I'm never doing it again. Hashtag save the goats. Anyway, I really did stop. I got a coffee maker, so I stopped drinking Dunkin's iced coffee. It was the greatest decision I've ever made. I love Dunkin's. I still use the K-Cup pods from Dunkin's, but I cannot drink those iced coffees anymore. You don't understand. I'm free. It's the greatest thing ever. I feel so much better. It took 10 days. 10 days. Oh, yeah, my health has improved. I mean, I was already pretty skinny. I'm a pretty skinny towel, but now I'm all skinny. Now I'm a very skinny towel. I'm very cut. There's no fat on my body. There wasn't, like, I might have been at like 7% body fat. Now I'm at like 4.8. I don't even know what to do with myself. I have so many abs, I'm a little bit confused. I can wear a men's small t-shirt. I'm 6'2". I should not fit in a small. It's absurd. I must be like 170 pounds, maybe 165. I've never been so cut in my life. I don't know what to do with this body. Well, I have a towel girlfriend, so she's really lucky. She's great. I think she's wonderful. Anyway, I'm a towel. Continuing on, hashtag no sexualizing towel. I forgot, that's why I don't talk about it. Okay, all right. Taking you to the report from the Reuters bureau chief, who said Israel was unaware of a potential U.S.-Iran deal and was preparing for more fighting, Israel sources say. Yes, Mrs. Towel will enjoy it very much. Towel Girlfriend's wonderful. You don't understand. She's great. She makes my heart sing. Jerusalem, May 6th. Reuters. Israel was not aware that U.S. President Donald Trump was potentially close to a deal with Iran that would end the war and pave the way to unblock shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. An Israeli source familiar with the matter said. Rather, Israel was preparing for an escalation in fighting, said the source, speaking on the condition of anonymity. Hi, Dale. How you doing? Taking you now to Ben Gvir, the extreme right Israeli minister who popped champagne in a grotesque scene in the Israeli Knesset after a law was passed to facilitate the execution of Palestinian prisoners. He went to Jaffa, where Palestinians started shouting at him, "We are the..." So here's Ben Gvir Somebody should yell at him. It's gotten so bad I'm gonna personally go and troll the Palestinians. Damn Ben Gvir. Alright. Hashtag no donkeys. Alright, let's see. The man who went up on the bridge, Guido Riekstader, he was protesting the war. I saw this only last night or the night before for the first time, so I didn't have a video until now. The man who was protesting the bridge, he went up on the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. His name was Guido Riekstader. He was arrested today. He was taken down. He lived on the bridge for like 5 days. He had a cell phone. He was tweeting from the bridge. And that is, he had a shirt that said N-War on. So, you know, we support peace on this channel. So God bless him. He was up on the bridge. That doesn't look very peaceful. I guess you could say the government didn't really like that he was up on the bridge. And then, you know, the government, they went up to the bridge and they arrested him. Oh yes, I do want to go on a trip to see Nikki very soon. So we could do some fundraising as my birthday. So my birthday's in like 22 days. As we get closer to that, I definitely want to go see my Towel Girlfriend. But I got to get my passport. I'm waiting for some documents. I have to get all these complicated documents. It's a whole process to get a passport. Then I'm going to make travel videos for you. Hashtag Towel in Africa. I've always wanted to go to Africa. That'll be great. Oh, it'll be the most cool, wonderful thing I've ever done. Hashtag Towel in Africa. Imagine Towel in South Africa. I'm going to have such a nice time. And my Towel Girlfriend will be there. It'll be great. So, yeah, sadly, the man got arrested from the bridge. The FBI, for their part, is investigating the Atlantic reporter who reported on Kash Patel. In wrestling and entertainment news, Ted Turner, the founder of CNN, passed away today. May God rest his soul. Here's a very rare image of Ted Turner with the wrestlers from World Championship Wrestling in the late 1980s. So you have to understand a little bit of the history of this. Ted Turner played a seminal role in the development of what you all know as the Attitude Era, those of you who are pro wrestling fans. You may remember Stone Cold and The Rock. Well, let me just tell you, without Ted Turner wanting to spite Vince McMahon because of what happened in 1984 when Vince bought Ted's wrestling slot from out from under him and then went on his television programming and insulted Gordon Soley, it's a long story. My point is, when that happened, Ted Turner said to himself, you know what, I'm a billionaire. I'm going to buy World Championship Wrestling. Now, you got to understand some context here, okay, for why Billionaire Ted was such a genius. Territorial wrestling, which is one of my favorite topics in America. I'm only going to get to talk about this relevant to a major news event like once, so I got to hit it out of the park. In the 60s and 70s, well, really, we could go back to the 30s and like Fred Gotch and some of the other like classic wrestlers, but I don't want to do like that kind of wrestling. That was pro wrestling, but it was the early days. We Tunney and that other great fight. It was like a hybrid form of boxing that was more like Olympic wrestling, but it was fixed. I don't know how to explain it to you. It was called like catch and like something wrestling. It's weird. It's not what you'd know as modern wrestling. Modern wrestling evolved out of something called the territory system in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. Now, there was a lot of territories. Now, what I mean by that is to avoid monopolistic sort of domination of the United States pro wrestling industry, okay, there were individual territories. And now, in a form of what you could call like anti-competitive, like price fixing, they all agreed not to impede on each other's territories, all right? So you had the Memphis territory, which ran out of the Mid-South Coliseum, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, the absolute epitome. You could argue it went through 85 and 86, really when Lawler and Dundee had their final match before Lawler went to Hawaii. Like, that's when it really, that was the last sellout at the Coliseum. They would pack it in with 10,000 people every Monday. You could watch the TV show. 300,000 people would tune into Memphis at the heyday between 79 and 82. They had Andy Kaufman from Taxi on this regional wrestling show. 300,000 people would watch it over the air. Then you could go to the Memphis Coliseum. You couldn't see the matches on TV on Monday night. You had to go pay. You had to go down to the Coliseum. And did they sell out every week for like 4 years? 10,000 tickets every Monday? You bet your ass they did. So anyway, wrestling was very popular. The Memphis territory was run by a family called the Jarretts, okay? Christine Jarrett and Jeff Jarrett come out of that family. Christine Jarrett was actually the patriarch who was running it. There's a little bit of context there because there was this outlaw family. It's actually where the Poffos started. That was Macho Man Randy Savage. There was an outlaw promotion in Memphis, in the Tennessee area, run by this guy called, what the hell was his name? He was like a notorious outlaw promoter. Ghoulish or something, Nick Ghoulish or something like that. And he would run these like mud shows. Like an outlaw mud show is where you don't have permission to run in the territory. You just go run a wrestling show there without permission. And like he would run them there, and the real promotion though was the Memphis territory run by Christine Jarrett. Eventually what she did was just like end the competing promotion. She took a bunch of the talent. Memphis became a springboard for a lot of the wrestlers you would come to know in the 80s and 90s, especially the Attitude Era wrestlers. A lot of people went through there. I want to say The Undertaker, Mark Calloway, went through there in like 82. Obviously Jeff Jarrett was there. Jerry Lawler was there. A lot of people got their start in Memphis. I don't know if Stone Cold ever went through there. Hulk Hogan wrestled Lawler, but Hogan was down in Florida, Championship Wrestling. That's where he got his start. Anyway, so bringing you back to Ted Turner, you had all these wrestling territories. You had like Roddy Piper up in the Pacific Northwest with Buddy Rose. You had Bill Watts's Texas territory. You had the Von Erichs in Texas. You had what was his name? The Funks in Amarillo. You had all these different territories, sometimes even within the same state. Now, that was the way it was until, and the reason why this gets a little complicated is up in New York, you had a company called Capital Wrestling Corporation. It was run by Vince McMahon's father, called Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Now, Vince McMahon's father made a promise to all the other promoters like Dusty Rhodes, Christine Jarrett, like the who the hell ran Mid-Atlantic, the Charlotte territory? I don't remember. And then Georgia, a bunch of different people booked and ran it. But the point is, he made a promise to all these different promoters and bookers that Vince and the WWF at the time, the whatever it was, would not, it was 3 W's and an F, would not impede on the territories of other wrestling companies. Okay. Now, that was the way it was until like 1984. Vince McMahon got $1 million loan from his father. He had to pay it back in a year or he lost the company. He bought the company from his father. As soon as he owned it outright, within like 6 months, he goes to Turner Broadcasting System and he's like, let me buy your Saturday night time slot for Georgia Championship Wrestling. Now, Georgia Championship Wrestling would go on to become World Championship Wrestling. So you got to remember this, because Georgia Championship Wrestling was like the predominant wrestling program in the southeastern part of the country. Mid-Atlantic was big in the Greensboro, North Carolina area. That was like Ric Flair's territory. The NWA kind of like ran the show from there. But then you had the Florida territory. Okay, they were pretty small, but they sold well in Florida. But the biggest promotion was Georgia Championship Wrestling because it was on TBS. It had a great time slot. Okay, it was like Saturday nights at like 6:30 or 8:30 p.m. A lot of people would tune in. Gordon Soley was the announcer for that program. He was the announcers would like make this program. You would come to know them, like your venerable host, Mr. Tao. You would come to like appreciate them every week. They would update you. You really knew them. Like Gordon Solie was in Georgia. Lance Russell was up in Memphis. Like Jerry Lawler and JR in the WWF in the 90s. You would just know the program by the announcer. All right, so one night, this Saturday time slot is supposed to be Gordon Solie presenting Georgia Championship Wrestling in what was called the Saturday Night Massacre, not the one that occurred in the fall of '73 when Nixon fired Cox and Ruckelhaus and the others in the DOJ to get them to force Cox's resignation as special prosecutor, which only resulted in Leon Jaworski coming in and Nixon resigning, but I don't want to talk about that. Anyway, the point is, so this was called Black Saturday in the wrestling world, where Vince bought the Saturday night time slot and then screwed over Georgia Championship Wrestling. That led Ted Turner through this like very roundabout series of events to buy, like to screw Vince over and basically offer Vince a lot of money to buy the time slot back. Vince had basically killed pro wrestling by monopolizing it in the late 80s and early 90s. All the regional territories died because he just took them all over, and then there was no good wrestling left. Well, guess what happened in 1994 with the launch of Monday Night Nitro by Ted Turner to bring this back, the man who died today, the owner of CNN. He goes to Vince and is like, let me just buy the time slot back. It's just a time slot. Let me buy the Georgia Championship Wrestling like rights. Let me just buy that. Vince, struggling in 94 to even make pay, he has to screw over a bunch of his talent. He doesn't have money to make like payroll. He just takes the money. Ted Turner's like, oh, we're good now. He counter programs Vince's Raw is War, which airs Monday nights from like 7 to 9, the big show, with WCW Monday Night Nitro. Because of that decision, it leads to what's called the 83 weeks, where Monday Night Nitro took over during a time of monoculture when most people only watched TV, like the predominant ratings from the WWF, costing Vince a lot of money. Vince had to compete. As a result of Vince competing, you got what is arguably the start of the Attitude Era, which was, it really probably started with Vince doing the promo about a new era or new attitude, but it technically started, I would say, when Mick Foley, on a pre-taped version of Raw is War, won the title from The Rock. And as a result, the WCW commentators tried to get ahead of it and say like, oh, on the other channel right now, because they were counter-programming, that guy Mankind, Mick Foley's going to win the title. Anyway. So as a result of that, the WWF came to prominence. We got the Attitude Era, and sadly, Ted Turner died today. So that was the best I could do to tell you about like the impact of Ted Turner on not just professional wrestling, but like a lot of people in America growing up, it was monoculture. So the programming that we saw, the visuals, the people that we were presented, a lot of it would come back to just these billionaires who controlled TV stations, and he was like the primary one. So America lost what would be called a scion or an icon today. He probably reinvented TV news for our purposes. He was the first network, his network, to go 24/7 during coverage of war. That would be the Gulf War I, I believe in 1992. That was the first ever 24/7 coverage of war. So America did indeed lose an icon today, and I wanted to make sure, just as a journalist, I did some justice. Now, I really like pro wrestling. Tao Mom Bunny knows this. I just love pro wrestling, so I really focused in on Ted Turner's impact on pro wrestling, but don't let me understate the impact that Ted Turner had on the news industry, on television, on the he made a huge, he owned the Atlanta Braves. He was a very, very big cultural icon in the United States, in my opinion. So let's take us through further updates as I continue monitoring. Thank you again for allowing me to do that eulogy for Ted Turner. Here was the next video released from Hezbollah today. It's actually from May 2nd, and it shows the destruction of a counter-drone command in southern Lebanon. even more footage from Hezbollah. Now, there has been a Hezbollah attack in the north of Israel. For those of you just tuning in, there was actually a strike for the first time since the, quote, ceasefire began in Beirut. It was a assassination strike, as it is called in military parlance, of the leader of Hezbollah's Radwan forces. Oh, hi, Taliban Bunny. I am so glad you got to listen to the Ted Turner tribute. I bet Kofi and Bo were loving that wrestling history, as were you. Did you know Taliban Bunny, among other things, sent me a Kofi Kingston card? Not only do I know Kofi Kingston's dad, Kofi the dog, who is Bunny's dog, is named after Kofi, so I keep this card right next to me at all times. Kofi, that's you. Yes, Kofi, the man on the TV, is talking to you. How you doing, Kofi? Kofi's a dog. He's gotten used to my voice, so I think now when I say hi, Kofi, he kind of perks up. He's like, wait a minute, I'm a dog. Oh, I'm so glad, Bunny. But yeah, so I really like Kofi. He's a great dog. You know, he's wonderful. Kofi, we made you into an emoji. I just wanted to tell you. Hashtag Kofi's a dog. Kofi would have been the WWF champ. I agree. Taking you to more updates from today. Iran launched the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, PGSA. It represents a new governmental body and a mechanism designed to formalize and regulate Iranian control over maritime traffic passing through the Strait of Hormuz. All right. Let's take a look at this clip overviewing the new regime in the Strait of Hormuz after Operation Freedom failed.
The expansion of the new Strait of Hormuz area, as it's now being contained by the Iranians. For them, this is pivotal, right? This is their ace in the hole. They have control of the Persian Gulf, and now because of what they say are the United States factions, they've actually expanded the control of the Persian Gulf. And there's also a tactical reason why they did this. I want to show you something now. See that city there, Fujairah? That's where one of the main oil fields is for the UAE. Now, you see that black line that's going from there all the way to there? See that black line? That is an oil pipeline. And that pipeline essentially is the UAE's way of getting oil out without having to worry about traveling through the Strait of Hormuz, because the exit for that pipeline was outside of the Strait of Hormuz. So what the Iranians have now done is they've expanded the Strait of Hormuz area that they are in control of to go beyond the point where Fujairah is. And that's extremely significant because it means now that they control even more of the output of the hydrocarbons, the oil, the LNG, the fertilizer, all the stuff that's coming out of this region, and most particularly the most important region of all, which is the UAE. So that's what they're doing. On top of that, by the way, they're using drones and missiles immediately. When they heard Mr. Trump announce what he was doing with, what is it again, Project Freedom, they decided they were going to do what they had threatened to do all along, and that is use their missiles to take out whatever's there that's trying to enforce this for the United States.
All right. Well, that was a pretty good analysis. That's my opinion. That was a pretty good analysis. Kofi is growling. Kofi, you be nice. Kofi, the man on the TVs, I'm done with that. You know, you just got to be nice, Kofi. Kofi's a good towel. Good job, Kofi. Okay. Netanyahu, for his part, who was sitting on trial today, was worried, and he was concerned about U.S.-Iran talks, and he was going to hold talks with the Trump administration to better understand the latest developments in the negotiations, per CNN. A source from Iran reports to War Monitor that Iran is extracting uranium from the Saghan uranium mine with heavy machinery and moving it elsewhere. As I mentioned, doesn't matter if you take the enriched uranium, they can just mine more. Hezbollah, for their part, published more footage, this time from an operation on May 5th targeting a recently established artillery position belonging to the Israeli army in the locality of Rab Talatin in southern Lebanon, using a swarm of attack drones. latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Taking you now to the latest update. I just got the report from Steve Cooper. Trooper Kevin Trainer, the heroic Massachusetts State Police officer who put his life on the line after his shift ended. I'm going to take us to this update now from Steve Cooper. The man who was driving the wrong way and took the life of this heroic trooper, his name is Kevin Trainer. I will play a song in his honor. The man who killed him was Hernan Ramon Marrero of Roslindale. Marrero, according to reports, was pronounced dead at the scene. Investigators now want to know where Marrero was before he took the life of State Trooper Kevin Trainer, who, after his shift ended, this is Trooper Kevin Trainer here, a young trooper, just 31 years old, after his shift ended, there was a wrong-way driver, now identified as the deceased Hernan Ramon Marrero of Roslindale in Massachusetts. He was driving, Mr. Marrero, now deceased, 50, was driving the wrong way on Route 1 in Linfield. Trooper Kevin Trainer, 31 years old, new to the state police, not sure how many years he had been with the force, with the state police in Massachusetts. After his shift ended, he had just worked. He heard over the radio, of course, a very serious call that there was a man driving the wrong way on Route 1 in Linfield. So the trooper selflessly decided that he would respond to the call. The trooper drove again onto the highway, knowing that there was an oncoming driver, completely out of control, speeding, probably 70 miles an hour plus. Just drove his car up that highway and got into a head-on collision and disabled the man's vehicle, therein probably saving lives. So I will play a song in the trooper's honor. I think there is a song they play at moments like this. I will give Miss Clutch a warning, and I think it's important to me that I be able to play this song. I would like to play the version that I like. Please give me 1 second. I will play the song, the version with the bagpipes, in honor of this trooper. We talk a lot about police misconduct on this stream. I think it is incredibly important that in this moment we highlight the honorable service of Trooper Kevin Trainer, killed not only in the line of duty, but having selflessly responded to a call after his shift was over, which he did not have to do, in order to save lives. Of course, Miss Clutch. It's my pleasure, my dear friend. If I can even get the song to work. I would like to play the song. There is just one specific version that I like to play, and sometimes it takes a second to get there. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. This is just an opportunity to get reset and get a little refocused. Alright, I think that's just a really nice way to do so. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I like to give Miss Clutch a little heads up on this song, so maybe the loading time was apropos. There's only one version of this song that I like to play as well, so I have to get back to the song. You all will pray my indulgence here. I think it's been 2 hours. I try to do mental decompression breaks, after every few hours. It's important, because I'm Italian. It's also important for your brain. There has been some intensity tonight, so, Alright, how do I get there? How do I do this? I have to do it all specific like. There we go. There's just one version of this song. You have to play the song through a specific part of YouTube. And there's one version of this song I really like. One specific version, and I'm gonna find it. I just haven't played it recently, so it's not at the top of my list. I shall find it though, ladies and gentlemen. I shall find it. Where is it now? I would very much like to find the song. That would be nice. No. It's a rendition that has just, it doesn't have vocals. It just has some very nice bagpipes, and it must be this version, so you must give me 1 second. I'm very specific. Okay, let's begin. I found it. Thank you for your attention. 3 minutes for those of you who need to take this song on. 3 minutes. God bless you, trooper. In your self-sacrifice, you reminded the citizens of a state that is far too jaded that there is good out there. It just breaks my heart. It really does. To know that that trooper, in his last moments, was driving down that highway, and despite, he reads the news probably like everyone else, and he's like, you know what? He would have been fully within his rights to drive past the car that was coming head on, stop his cruiser, turn around and just gun it and pit him, which is where you take the car out by pitting its back right or left. Did he do that? Nope. In a state where state troopers literally are vilified on a daily basis, they think people hate them. Who knows what was in his mind at the last moment? He must have I can't even imagine. And he just drove right into that driver to stop him. He gave up his own life to save others. I really hope somebody tells Mr. President, he's a hero. It was not a car crash. He sacrificed his life to save other people on the highway. And it's a tragedy in a lot of ways because he didn't go into that. I can't put myself in his mind, but I just know the public does not like the state police. So it's not like I can't even imagine he felt that, like, it's a very noble act, but it's not like that profession is supported. So he did that purely because it was the right thing to do for a public that, frankly, before he did this, probably wouldn't have thought very highly of him before they even got to know him. He's honestly a hero. It's a word that's bandied around, but he epitomizes heroism. Trooper Kevin Trainor. I hope Mr. President finds out about this. He probably will if they put it on Fox News. I hope they do. I can send them an email. But really, his family, his legacy, we need to just remember this. It's very important, especially in an area where there's a lot of corruption within the state police. That does not represent the rank and file. Just because there's bad people in the leadership, it does not mean that the people who serve in the state police are not honorable. And what can say more about that line of service and the nobleness of the profession than someone whose shift had ended, hearing that there was a wrong way driver, being so concerned that he himself decided, you know what, I could just go home to my family. Maybe he doesn't have a family. I could just go home, kick my feet up. I could pretend this is just another call over the radio. I'm not on shift. Nope. He said, you know what? I have the ability. I was trained. I can protect people, and he did it. And it cost him his life, and that's heroism. Welcome back, Miss Clutch. And the governor, to her credit, of Massachusetts, who is the chief law enforcement officer, did call Trooper Kevin Trainor a hero during the press conference today. And I think that is an incredibly important statement. Taking you to the latest statement from the deputy commander of the IRGC Navy. President Trump failed to change the Iranian Navy, seize uranium, or control the Strait of Hormuz. We control the Strait of Hormuz according to a new plan, and any potential attack will be met with a response that defies the enemy's expectations. Okay? Taking you now to the latest from the reported drone attack against the Iranian opposition sites in Erbil. For those of you just tuning in, this was one of the most recent attacks. Okay, that's one image, and this is the other video of the drone attack in Erbil just an hour ago. This is Erbil just 1 hour ago. Otherwise, things have calmed down. Okay, now I'll take you to what started the intensities tonight, where Israel violated the ceasefire, apparently with American permission, by committing a serious three-tap strike in the south of the Lebanese capital of Beirut, far, ladies and gentlemen, far above the, quote, line of demarcation imposed by Mr. President Trump, which is the Litani River. Okay, so I'm going to take you now to the actual security cam footage. This was an Israeli operation with the approval, it is reported, of Mr. President Trump. An Israeli operation tonight in Beirut, the first time since the quote-unquote ceasefire was declared. It was about 4 hours ago. Here's the security cam footage from 8:07 p.m. local time in Beirut on May 6th. Yes, these are the latest images. This was the triple tap strike. Oh, Francine, that's wonderful. I hope it helped, my dear friend. I have colitis myself, along with some nerve issues. So I know the benefits of alternative medicine. My doctor helps me with that. You're looking now at the latest pictures 4 hours ago. This started the night the leader of the Radwan brigades, basically Hezbollah's version of the special forces, was assassinated along with his top commanders in a triple tap, what's called assassination strike in South Beirut just 4 hours ago. Now let's take a listen to an audio message from the Iranian parliamentary speaker released just 4 hours ago, 6 hours ago maybe. Let's take a listen to the latest. It's better to just hear it from the source. So here's the latest from the Iranian parliamentary speaker, an audio message delivered to the Iranian public, reports Ryan Rezabani.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم من المؤمنین رجال صدقوا ما عاهدوا الله علیه فمنهم من قضی نحبه و منهم من ینتظر. مردم عزیز و شریف ایران، همینطور که تو پیام صوتی قبلی عرض کردم، دشمن تو
Yeah, Knucklebuster never lasts very long.
Nightbot
gets him right away, then Miss Clutch hits him.
دیدش با محاصره دریایی دنبال فشار اقتصادی و جفسازی رسانه‌ای است. دنبال از بین بردن انسجام کشور تا ما رو تسلیم کن. البته اینم بگم که ما احتمال حمله نظامی رو مخصوصاً حملات تروریستی رو کم نمیدونیم، اما اون بخشی از طراحی دشمن که به جامعه برمیگرده ضعیف کردن ایران از درونه. درباره انسجام بعداً نکاتی عرض میکنم. فعلا میخوام درباره توطئه فشار اقتصادی دشمن با شما نکاتی رو صحبت بکنم. اولین مطلب اینه که دشمن به فشار اقتصادی خیلی امید بسته. مشخصه که بازم گزارش‌های غلط بهش دادن و متاسفانه بر اساس این گزارش‌ها تصمیم غلط گرفتن و همین تصمیم غلط هم باعث میشه همه به زحمت بیفتن. بیشتر از همه مردم آمریکا به چالش اساسی توی افزایش هزینه‌های زندگی افتادن. کارشناسای متخصص حوزه ایران اعتراف میکنن که ملت ایران هر قدرم توی فشار اقتصادی قرار بگیرن به خاطر استقلال و عزت وطنشون و به خاطر دین و اعتقاداتشون مشکلات رو تحمل میکنن. ملت ایران یک آگاهی تاریخی دارن و فهمیدن تو این مقطع حساس از تاریخ ایران باید با هر سختی هم که شده در برابر این دشمن جنایتکار بایستن. دشمنی که در توهمات خامش این بود که تمدن ایران رو نابود میکنه. من تعجب میکنم که هنوز نفهمیدن ملت ایران جان میده اما تسلیم نمیشه. هنوز نفهمیدن که ملت ما خودشو در برابر آینده ایران و اسلام پاسخگو میدونه و کار میکنه که ایرانیای آینده به پدر و مادراشون افتخار کنن. و دومین نکته که عرض میکنم اینه که ما وظیفه داریم همه با هم کمک کنیم تا آثار این فشارهای اقتصادی به مردم رو کم کنیم. واسه انجام این هدف همه مسئولین اجرایی کشور وظیفه دارن و مردم هم اقداماتی رو باید انجام بدن. برخی از این فشارهای اقتصادی ریشه توی مشکلات قدیمی داری و بخشی هم متأثر از شرایط جنگیه. مسئولان اجرایی کشور به این توجه دارن که جنگ وارد مرحله جدیدی شده که نقش اونا رو مؤثرتر از گذشته کرده. باید به همون شیوه دوران جنگ تو این دوره هم با برنامه ریزی و مدیریت جهادی پاکار باشه. همینجا به مردم عزیزم عرض میکنم که مدیرای ارشد، مدیرای میانی کشور در حال پیگیری جدی امورن. نمیخوام بگم یک شبه میشه همه مشکلات ساختاری و مدیریتی کشور رو حل کرد، اما باید حواسمون باشه دشمن به دم رو رصد میکنه. لذا نباید اطلاعاتی بدیم که دشمن از اونا سوء استفاده کنه. همینقدر بدونیم که ما تو جلسات غیر رسانه‌ای به دولت کمک میکنیم. پیگیر مسائل اقتصادی مخصوصا گرونیا هستیم. همینجا هم از دولت میخوام که دولت محترم در موضوع گرانی برنامه‌ها و گزارش‌ها و اقدامات خودش رو به استحضار مردم عزیزمون برسونه تا اونا از پیگیری مسئولان آرامش خاطر پیدا کنند. و نکته سوم درباره چند خواهش از مردم شریف و بزرگمون. ما از اول انقلاب تا الان هر مشکلی که تونستیم حل کنیم با کمک شما حل کرد. این باور منه که سالهاست گفتم و بازم میگم. الانم معتقدم شما باید مستقیم وارد میدون بشید. از شما چند خواهش دارم. اول اینکه همه ما باید بدونیم درگیر یکی از بزرگترین جنگ‌های معاصر ایران شد. پیروزی نهایی تو این جنگ ایران رو به یک بازیگر مؤثر در نظام بین المللی تبدیل میکنه و همین مسئله انشالله مقدمه پیشرفت مادی و معنوی کشور میشه. طبیعیه که رسیدن به چنین دستاوردی بزرگی با سختی‌هایی هم همراهه. تو شرایط فعلی مؤثرترین کمکی که همه میتونن به کشورشون بکنن، موشکی که مردم میتونن تو قلب دشمن شلیک کنن، یک کلمه است و آن صرف جویی. خواهش من از همه مردم اینه که هم خودتون صرف جویی کنین، هم بقیه رو با جدیت به صرف جویی توصیه کنین. خواهش دومم اینه که مردم مثل زمان کرونا پویش ایران همدل رو با مواسات راه بندازن. ما الان به شدت نیاز به مواسات داریم، اما اون چی که مهمه فعالیت مردمی تو حوزه مواسات، مخصوصا کسانی توی پویش جانفدا اعلام آمادگی کردن، میتونن با سازماندهی دقیقتری تو این عرصه حضور فعال داشته باشن. امروز وقتشه که همه به هم کمک کنیم تا با سختی کمتر به هدف بزرگ پیروزی سربلندی ایران عزیز برسیم و ایران رو در دنیا پرآوازه کنیم. و خواهش سوم من از بچه‌های بسیجه. از اول انقلاب همیشه بسیج حلال مشکلات کشور بوده، پیشاهنگ در هر اقدامی بوده. امروز زمان اینه که بسیج به صورت جدی وارد عرصه بشه. تو همین جنگ تحمیلی سوم همه شاهد حضور مؤثر بسیج تو عرصه های مختلف بودن و دیدیم حتی بعضی اقدامات مثل کمک بازسازی تخریبی های جنگ که کمتر کسی ازش اطلاع داره. خواهشم از رفقای بسیجی خوب.
Breaking in, this is the latest from the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. It's a message to the Iranian people with English captions. Seoul Controller reports that according to Politico, a senior Gulf Arab official involved in the peace talks noted that while President Trump is eager to end the war, negotiations are stalled because neither side is willing to grant the other a face-saving exit, according to Geopolitics Watch. Thank you, Seoul Controller.
خصوصا تو مساجد، تو محلات، تو اقشار مختلف اینه که به نقش اساسی خودشون توجه کنن. امروز شمایید که باید ملجأ حل مشکلات مردم باشید. شمایید که باید پیشرو این حرکت باشید. من خواهشم اینه که اولویت و تمرکز اصلی خودتون رو تو این روزا بذارید پیگیری مشکلات مردم. شما واسطه بین مردم و مسئولین دولتی و خیرین بشید. دولت و نهادهای حاکمیتی هم از ظرفیت بسیج مخصوصا توی محلات استفاده ویژه بکنن. مطمئن باشن کاری که بسیج میکنه هیچ دستگاهی نمیتونه انجام بده. خواهش چهارمم از کارشناسا و نخبگانه. ما امروز نیاز داریم به ایده و طرح برای حل مشکلاتی که به خاطر جنگ پیش میاد. من حجم زیادی از پیشنهادهای کارشناسی به دستم میرسه که بینشون خیلی پیشنهادهای مفید و خوب وجود داره. خواهش میکنم نخبگان منتظر نباشن که کسی بهشون مراجعه کنه. لطفاً راه حل‌ها و پیشنهاداشون رو در اختیار مسئولین قرار بده. همینجا مخصوصاً از مرکز پژوهش‌های مجلسم میخوام که سازوکارهایی برای دریافت این نظرات ایجاد کنن و به مردم و به ویژه به نخبگان اعلام کنن. آخرین خواهشم از ایرانیای خارج از کشوره. شما که امروز از هزاران کیلومتر دورتر نگران وطن عزیزتون هستید، خیلی از شماها ظرفیت‌های اقتصادی خوبی دارید. خیلی از شماها ظرفیت‌های کارشناسی بزرگی دارید. خیلی از شماها ظرفیت‌های ارتباطی مؤثری دارید. ایران امروز به شما و به تک تک شما نیاز داره. امروز که میتونید و باید برای وطنتون مفید باشید، با ظرفیت‌های عظیمی که دارید شما میتونید تبدیل به یکی از بزرگترین ارکان شکست دادن دشمن ایران بشید. البته سفارتخونه‌ها و دستگاه‌های دولتی هستند که باید زمینه لازمه رو واسه استفاده از این ظرفیت‌ها ایجاد کنن، اما تجربه‌های اجرایی من میگه شما اگه منتظر فلان مجموعه باشین کار به نتیجه نمیرسه. امروز وقتشه با فشاری و جدیت مسئولان رو مجبور کنید، تأکید میکنم مجبور کنید تا از ظرفیت‌های شما برای کمک به ایران استفاده بشه. خودتون بهتر از هر کسی میدونید که تو چه زمینه‌ای و چطوری میتونید به ایران عزیزتر از جانمون کمک کنید. و در پایان
Hi, water under the fridge. This is the latest from the Iranian speaker of the
وظیفه خود
parliament.
میدونم.
There was a bombing in Beirut, and I have an update for you in Arabic with English captions coming up. There was also 2 strikes in the north of Israel, and I hope you had a wonderful day, my friend. It is so good to see you. Water under the fridge, the ever-venerated protector of the Great Lakes, and also all the goats, and the Water Under the Fridge also imposes various embargoes on the Canadians who attempt to roll logs over our precious soils. You know what I'm saying? Hashtag shout out Water Under the Fridge, save the goats. Water Under the Fridge is the voice of the unheard. You could say the voice of the unhurried, one may say. All right, let's finish this speech. God bless you, my friend. I have an update on Lebanon incoming in 30 seconds.
از تک تک مردم عزیز و نجیب و شریف با سلیقه‌های مذهبی و سیاسی مختلف که با حضور فعالشون پشتوانه اصلی دفاع از ایران اسلامی عزیز ما هستند تشکر و قدردانی کنم. ارادتمند و دعاگوی همه مردم عزیز ایران در هر کجای دنیا هستم.
Taking you to the latest now from southern Lebanon. From South Beirut, where I have a report from you in Arabic with English captions. No, I do not want to get rid of the English captions. In Arabic with English captions from the latest, this is the latest report. There has been an attack on Beirut for the first time since the start of the ceasefire, and I have it for you now in Arabic with English captions.
في أول اعتداء لها على العاصمة اللبنانية منذ شهر، إسرائيل شنت هجوما على منطقة الغبيري بضاحية بيروت الجنوبية. الهجوم نفذته طائرات حربية وفق إذاعة الجيش الإسرائيلي، واستهدف شقة سكنية ب3 صواريخ. تبناه في بيان مشترك رئيس الوزراء بنيامين نتنياهو ووزير الأمن إسرائيل كاتز. الهدف بحسب البيان كان قائد قوة الرضوان التابعة لحزب الله دون ذكر اسمه، محملا القوة مسؤولية قصف المستوطنات الإسرائيلية. مصادر كشفت للتلفزيون العربي أن المستهدف هو القيادي في حزب الله مالك بلور. وبعيدا عن بيروت تواصل إسرائيل خروقاتها لاتفاق وقف إطلاق النار. في الجنوب اللبناني غارة إسرائيلية على بلدة السكسكية في قضاء صيدا تسفر عن استشهاد وإصابة أكثر من 30 شخصا منهم نساء وأطفال. حزب الله من جانبه رد على الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية، أعلن استهداف تجمعات لجيش الاحتلال في الجنوب بالصواريخ والمسيرات. شوهدت مروحية عسكرية تحلق قرب مستشفى في رمبام تنقل جنود المصابين. وفي ظل هذا التصعيد يواصل جيش الاحتلال تدمير القرى ويصدر أوامر إخلاء لسكان البلدات الجنوبية. يؤكد رئيس أركانه ألا انسحاب من لبنان دون ضمان الأمن والتوصل إلى حل يصفه ببعيد المدى لسكان الشمال. أوامر إخلاء أعربت الأمم المتحدة عن قلقها إزاءها.
تابعنا تقارير إصدار السلطات الإسرائيلية أوامر إخلاء جديدة لنحو 12 منطقة لبنانية، ويمكنني القول إننا قلقون بشأنها والضربات الجوية التي تستهدف بلدات لبنانية سواء جنوب نهر الليطاني أو في مناطق أبعد بما في ذلك صيدا والبقاع الغربي.
اعتداء على العاصمة اللبنانية جاء بعد ساعات من حديث اللبناني عن قرب انعقاد جولة ثالثة من المحادثات بين بيروت وتل أبيب الأسبوع المقبل. محادثات يأمل لبنان أن تؤدي إلى تحقيق السلام وفق رئيس الحكومة نواف سلام، سلام يضع السقف الأدنى للمطالب اللبنانية، ألا وهو جدول زمني لانسحاب إسرائيل، مجددا المطالبة بقوة سلام دولية بما فيها أوروبية بالجنوب للتنسيق مع لجنة مراقبة الأعمال العدائية. أما الحديث عن لقاء مع نتنياهو وعن التطبيع فيقول سلام إنه سابق لأوانه. في أول اعتداء لها على العاصمة اللبنانية منذ شهر، إسرائيل شنت هجوما على منطقة الغبيري.
The latest from Beirut in southern Lebanon. I translated those myself, as you can see. I made those captions myself. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to continue your updates now. If you're just tuning in, as our dear friend Water Under the Fridge is, I'm happy to give you a personalized update we were picking up about 6 hours ago, where I was telling folks about the various strikes throughout southern Lebanon, and you just saw a report for the first time in the past 4 hours. There has been a strike on Beirut by Israel. It was a triple tap assassination strike on the leader of the Radwan forces, which is Hezbollah's version of the what would be called the Special Forces, which was a very serious strike that also reportedly took out multiple commanders close to the head of the Radwan forces. Okay, taking you back about 6 hours now. Hold on one second. Did I go too far? I didn't mean to go 12 hours. I only meant to go 6 hours. All right, let me take you back 6 hours. Picking up. All right. Picking up for you right about 6 hours ago, right before this strike occurred. Okay, so I was updating us on the day. 1 second. All right, it was right before the strike in Beirut occurred. All right. Let me show you that from Zenakador as well. Oh, actually, let me show you one more update from the bridge between Karj and Tehran that is being rebuilt today. Quite an eventful day. This was, again, the bridge that was bombed by Israel and the United States during the 40-day war. This bridge is the newest bridge in Iran. It's the highest suspension bridge in the Middle East, and it cuts the travel time from Tehran to its western sisterly sub-city of Karaj from 60 minutes to 10 minutes. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Francine. You know what it might be? Hold on. Francine, it might actually be that I've moved the microphone away from Towel. Hold on. How's that, my friend Francine? I can do this. I can do this for my friend Francine. Don't you worry, Francine. It was actually because I moved the microphone away from me. I don't know who that is, Soul Controller, but I'll take a look. I should know who Kimberly Haskett is. Oh, it's Telegram. Who's Kimberly Haskett? Here's reporting from Al Jazeera's Kimberly Halkett. It appears that President Trump has fallen into a familiar pattern, like when he threatened to wipe out an entire civilization. This pattern has become somewhat recognizable, escalating publicly, create hard deadlines, and then threaten overwhelming force, at the same time leaving an open window for diplomacy. The reason that President Trump may be trying to do this is because he has, as we know, as of about 24 hours ago, paused what is known as Project Freedom, and that was the U.S. escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. He says the reason for doing so is to give diplomacy a window of opportunity, and so that does reinforce a point that there are signs and signals of something imminent. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Standing Stones. Yes, I moved the mic a little bit. You know, I'm trying to get a little comfortable here, but I got to remember, I got to sit close to the mic from my friend Francine and Standing Stones. All right, let's take a listen to the latest report 6 hours ago from Zenakador.
The U.S. brokered ceasefire that was announced on April 16. Israel's been expanding its attacks further into Lebanese territory and depopulating more villages. In the capital Beirut and its southern suburbs, which were repeatedly hit in the first few weeks of confrontations, the truce is holding, but there's growing concern that could change. Zenakador reports from Beirut.
Here, Hezbollah once held ceremonies, rallies, and its leaders delivered public speeches. But the Sayyida Shohada complex, an important symbol for the group, was destroyed during a weeks-long Israeli military campaign. We are in Beirut's southern suburbs. A U.S.-brokered ceasefire was announced on April the 16th, and it is holding in these neighborhoods and in the capital, unlike in the south of the country, which remains an active war zone. But Israeli drones are constantly flying overhead, and there's concern the bombardment could resume. Israel has been focusing its attacks on Shia majority areas, whether here in the southern suburbs of Beirut or in the south of the country. Lebanese officials say the U.S. can help secure a lasting ceasefire and the withdrawal of Israeli troops. But Israel says it won't stop military operations until Hezbollah disarms. Hezbollah opposes direct negotiations with Israel and is accusing the government of surrendering. It says talks are a pretext to force it to disarm. For now, the group says the conflict will be decided on the battlefield. Its fighters are engaged in a war of attrition with the Israeli army in the south, where it is occupying territory. Despite the widespread destruction in the capital's southern suburbs and growing internal opposition to Hezbollah's armed activities, the group still has support here. The group says Lebanon should align with Iran in negotiations. It appears to be waiting for a regional deal that will secure its status. There is no state presence in this area. The government declared Hezbollah's military activities illegal at the start of the confrontations in early March. Hezbollah is in open conflict with the government and has said any move against it risks igniting internal strife. There's a dangerous stalemate. Negotiations to end the fighting have yet to begin, with Lebanon insisting on a full ceasefire first. Even as the United States pushes for diplomacy, the Israeli military has been expanding its strikes, forcing people to leave their villages and destroying towns across the south. Zana Khudr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
You're watching
You can see Zena Kador actually records those on her phone. So I try to clip her when I can. I've been doing this for years. I try to clip her and Ali Hashem. I just haven't had a lot of time recently, but I'm going to make a note. So I feel bad. Zena is out in the field and she uses her phone to record her clips from TV. When things get really intense, I try to help her she doesn't ask me to, but I've done this for years. I clip her reports and then I upload them so that she can just repost them, because she's out in the field as bombs are falling. She doesn't need to be personally on her cell phone recording the clips to upload them. But only when it's really intense. If it's a little slower and I can kind of, I've been doing other things, she will clip, but she shouldn't have to do that. So I try really hard to help her out with that. Zena Kador is probably one of my journalistic heroes. Her, Ali Hashem, I really like Trey Yingst. Those three, I think, so there's four of us. I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm really not. But the record will bear this out. Also, Barry Malone from Reuters is in this group. And obviously, Wael Al-Duda and Mohammed that works for Al Jazeera English. There's people that are in this group. But if you want to talk about English-speaking reporters who have covered the Middle East since 2023, I'd say there's four of us in that press corps. And I'm not talking about covering Washington, D.C. as it relates to the Middle East. I'm talking about covering developments in Gaza, Israel, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Bahrain, Yemen, Kuwait, UAE, etc., etc., etc. There's four of us. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but it's Zena Kador, Ali Hashem, Trey Yingst, and me. And I don't mean to just put myself in there gratuitously, but there's only certain people that were translating Arabic in 2023 to understand what happened at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza or Al-Nasser Hospital in Gaza. You had to be there and be watching the Arabic channels and be translating it and be monitoring what was going on, not to mention the bombings on the Gaza Bureau of Al Jazeera English and the Agence France Press Bureau and the forced relocation of everyone, including the press, from Gaza to Khan Yunis. Anyway, my point is there's 4 of us. I don't want to rank them. The dean of the press corps is probably Zena Kador, the very amazing reporter you just watched. Like, she is easily the dean of that press corps. And then Ali Hashim, and those 2 combined probably have 80 years experience reporting on the ground in war zones, in Lebanon, in Iraq, in Israel, in Jordan, in Iran, etc. Ali Hashim's like one of the foremost experts on Iran in the entire world. And then Trey, who's a little younger, but he has been on the ground embedded with the IDF for as long. And by the way, Trey will call out the IDF for targeting journalists when no one else will. And no one can say anything to Trey Yingst because he is the only person with enough institutional knowledge to actually be embedded with the IDF, follow the rules, and then go on a national TV program and be critical of them. And just look at his liaison and be like, well, I'm live on Fox News National. What are you going to do? Cut me off? He's great. He won't violate the military censorship rules ever. He's very respectful of those rules. But in terms of like Israel hits a journalist, Trey Yingst is going to say it on Fox News. They know it too. And he will not negotiate. I've seen him get absolutely eviscerated for calling out Israel for killing journalists. And he does not care. I mean, he shows up the next day, still does his job. He's just like, what are you going to do about it? I'm Trey Yingst. That's why I like Trey Yingst. He's great. And then I'm in there, but I'm like the baby of that press corps. Really. I mean, the way press corps work is the dean of the press corps is the person who's been there the longest. Zena Kador, obviously. And then Ali, and then Trey, and then I'm like the baby. I'm in it though. Just to even get like as part of that press corps is really like hard. It's a personal accomplishment that Zena and Ali Hashim both follow me. I take it as an incredible mark of respect for the work that I do. God bless both of them. So anyway, they're my heroes. Like, I absolutely look up to them. Barry Malone as well. He used to be an editor at Reuters. He's a really good journalist. I like him a lot. But by far, so I've learned different things. Let me just take a moment to talk about this. I've learned different things from each of those journalists, and I've studied their work for years. From Zena Kador, I've learned how to report a bombing without being mad. Even though I might be mad about what's happening, I know how to say, this is where the bombing occurred, this is what the relevance is of the bombing, this is the context of the bombing, this is who was hurt, this is how many people died, this is how many people were injured, this is like the initial figure, this is how it expanded over time, here's like the response, here was the statement by the party that did the attack, here's the statement by the party that was attacked, and then here was the response. I learned how to do that from watching Zena Kador for years and years and years and years. And then Ali Hashim taught me how to, like, Ali Hashim is a genius. When you watch him on Al Jazeera, oh my goodness, you listen to his quips, and he is just the greatest analyst you can have. He's a reporter. He will go into war zones with a vest, and he will like stand under bombs and tell you what's happening, just like Zena Kador does. But Zena has this analysis too, but Ali's closer to an academic, where he's like, let me tell you about like 40 years of history in the Gulf, and then let me explain to you in this like trifurcated nexus how the current development reflects the various geostrategic goals of each of the factions in each of the government. And by the way, I've been in Tehran for 40 years speaking, as I'm just telling you how Ali likes to report. So let me tell you about like how the government of Iran works and how the different factions work. For example, you can't understand the government of Iran without understanding the Guardian Council. You can't understand the Guardian Council without understanding the parallel yet sort of hierarchical relationship between the Supreme Leader, the Supreme Council, the IRGC, and then again, parallel but subservient to that in the world's only hybrid democracy / theocracy / autocracy, you have a constitutional parliament. I'm not kidding you, but the Constitution, yes, I've read it. I'm studying the Iranian Constitution. What are you going to do about it? The Iranian constitution has various provisions that in effect make the parliament, which was created in 1906 through 1908 as a response, strangely, to British imperialism. See, the British really screwed over the Iranians in the late 1800s with their oil deals. The British really caused, just like French imperialism caused Vietnam, you can really say that British imperialism caused all of the conflicts in the Middle East. Not just because of the Balfour Declaration, not just because of the Mandate in Palestine, because fundamentally the British took 84% of Iranian oil revenue, gave the Iranians 16%, and then in 1907 the Iranians wanted to create a parliament, and the British were like, no, you can't have a parliament. We're worried that you're going to go back on your oil deal you made with us where we screwed you. So the Iranians were like, well, screw you, British imperialists. We're going to create a parliament. So it's the only hybrid theocracy / constitutional parliamentary democracy in the world. But you might be saying, oh, there's got to be a catch to this. Well, there is. It's Article 16, I believe, maybe Article 8 of the Iranian Constitution. I told you I've been studying up. So there's a clause which allows for the supreme leader to have a choice over 2 of the 3 members of something called the Guardian Council. The Guardian Council screens candidates for parliamentary elections before they can even run. 98% of those candidates were rejected by the Guardian Council in 2024 during the parliamentary elections. They're in ensuring that the supreme leader not only controls the direct hierarchy of the supreme leader, Supreme National Council, IRGC, and all its constituent armies, but also the parallel yet subservient structure of the parliamentary democracy, the political apparatus, the foreign minister, the Speaker of the Parliament, the President. There used to be a Prime Minister. They got rid of that position, and all of the constituent armies and navies that go along with that. Yes, Iran has both regular standing armies and navies and things like that, and then the IRGC, which is a separate constitutional structure designed to entrench the power and preserve the integrity of the Cultural Revolution. You can think of it as parallel to the FBI's mission of preserving the existing social, cultural, and political order. The IRGC is its own branch of the government, basically, that answers only to the Supreme Council, thus the Supreme Leader, and has its own army, the IRGC Navy, and Army, the IRGC Army, and Navy, the IRGC Navy, and Aerospace Force, the IRGC Aerospace Force. So there you go. That's why I like Ali Hashim, because you can learn all sorts of things. Now, I took it a little bit further by doing my own independent research on the Iranian constitution to understand the structure of its formations of democratic and autocratic will formation, thus enabling me to visualize the hierarchical structure and also the subservient parallel structure related to the parliament, so I could explain it to you. So yeah, I'm a towel. I hope you found that helpful. Did everyone take notes? That will be on the final. As a reminder, your final at the end of this class is going to be, listen, you're going to get a little overwhelmed. You only have 3 hours. Accommodations will be provided as needed. You have 3 hours. You have to answer 120 multiple choice questions. Then you have to write a 5,000 word essay. Not 5,000 word max, 5,000 word minimum. So you better learn how to type really fast. And then you have to answer 3 1,000 word, not minimum, not maximum, minimum, 3 1,000 word short answer questions. Okay? That is, so you can talk to TA Sarah about this, but yes, that's going to be on the final. You're going to do great, Standing Stones. Yes, but there is going to be a test. This will be on the test. Make sure to check in with TA Sarah to collect your bonus points. What did you think you were getting bonus points for if not for the test? Bunny's like, okay, I remember that Kant said something about a chair being a chair. Well, you got it. Hello, Mrs. FAFO. Okay, Bunny's like, okay, I got it. Iranian parliament, chairs, and hippies. Oh, yes. All right. That's a great job. Bunny, you're great. Triplet Bob, Nightbot's going to yell at you now. Triplet Bob, don't. You leave Nightbot alone and don't do it again. We need Nightbot. Hashtag protect Nightbot. Triplet Bob and Nightbot are not necessarily always friends. Hippies, chairs, and parliament. Good job, Bunny Towel. You're going to do great. Hashtag save Nightbot. Oh no, you don't want to upset Nightbot or Triplet Bob. They're going to get into a battle of wills. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was a great analysis. Hello, Jason Jones. That was a great analysis of the Ukrainian governmental structure. I hope you all are very excited to be able to take the final, which again is 120 multiple choice questions, a minimum 5,000 word essay, and then 3 minimum 1,000 word short answer questions. You have 3 hours. You better learn how to type like 400 words per minute. Tiffany Bob, you could try to cheat. I don't know if you're going to have time to cheat, though. Let's see. So if you have 3 hours, that's, let me see. That's 180 minutes. You have to answer 120 multiple choice questions. So you're going to have to do one multiple choice question, let's say every like 10 seconds, okay? Then you can get 120 multiple choice questions done in like 10 minutes and 20 seconds, okay? That gives you like 169 minutes and 50 seconds to do the 5,000 word essay and the 3 1,000 word responses. So if you do the 3 1,000 word responses in 20 minutes each, and so to type 1,000 words in 20 minutes, let's see, 1,000 divided by 2, it's like 50 words per minute. Oh, you can easily do that. You just got to get typing right away. So then you can do that in an hour. So that takes us to 1 hour and like 11 minutes or so. So then you got like how long? Like 1 hour and 1 minute roughly to type 5,000 words. Okay, so that's, what is 5,000 divided by 60? Hold on. 5,000 divided by 60. You guys can totally do this. You got to type 83 words per minute constantly, but you can do this. You can do this. I have faith in you. You just got to answer one multiple choice question every 20 seconds. And then you got to write 20 words per minute for like 20 minutes consistently for the 1,000 word answers. But for the 5,000 word answer pro, you got to type 83 words per minute consistently. Tiffany Bob, you can have a text-to-speech program. I'll give you an accommodation. Bunny Dowell's like, oh no, just to take the final, I'm going to have... Silent Dog's like, oh, I got this, bro. I got this easily. Silent Dog's going to blow it out of the water. All right, let's go to our next update. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let's take let's listen to the latest update from the U.S. CENTCOM about disabling a vessel in the Gulf.
Conversation. U.S. forces disable vessel in Gulf of Oman attempting to violate blockade. U.S. forces operating in the Gulf of Oman enforced blockade measures by disabling an Iranian flagged unladen oil tanker attempting to sail toward an Iranian port at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, May 6th. U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, forces observed M.T. Hasna as it transited international waters en route to an Iranian port on the Gulf of Oman. American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian flagged vessel it was in violation of the U.S. blockade. After Hasna's crew failed to comply with repeated warnings, U.S. forces disabled the tanker's rudder by firing several rounds from the 20mm cannon gun of a U.S. Navy F/A-18 Super Hornet launched from USS Abraham Lincoln, CVN-72. Hasna is no longer transient to Iran. The U.S. blockade against ships attempting to enter or depart Iranian ports remains in full effect. CENTCOM forces continue to act deliberately and professionally to ensure compliance.
Okay, well, there you go. Miss FAFO says, I need a smoke break, and the test hasn't even started yet. Smoke breaks will be provided. Thank you very much, Miss FAFO, for checking in. If you have a question, the class probably does as well. TA Sarah's going to be thrilled to hear that there's a final. She's been waiting this whole time. She's an excellent TA. She does such a good job. She has all the bonus points. If you have bonus points, you know, you don't have to necessarily do that well. All right, taking you now to the latest from southern Lebanon, which is the town of El Duar, which was hit with a hostile raid by Israel just 3 hours ago.
إن شاء الله بيكون في عالم. قرب على الربيد، شوف لي ما في بالربيد.
Smoke break approved.
بمحيط بيت حمام فوق. إن شاء الله بيكون في عالم. قرب على الربيد، شوف لي ما في بالربيد. بمحيط بيت حمام فوق. إن شاء الله بيكون في عالم.
You're looking at the latest from El Duwayar. Now I'll take you to the latest from that same scene, a little bit further up, Duwayar, in southern Lebanon. Hello, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have a membership parade. Jason Jones, congratulations. Red on Beach, JGHGU, Mom Bunife, and Lisa W. You have all just unlocked super towel emojis. Now you may be saying to yourself, Jason Jones, I cannot believe I just got towel emojis. It is the greatest day of my life. Well, I feel similar for you, my friend. Not only did you get super towel emojis, you got them from the one and only protector of the Great Lakes himself, Water Under the Fridge. It is a great, high, and distinct honor. Now remember, folks, you have to go, some of you, this is only region specific, you have to go into your YouTube profile. You have to turn on the ability to get gifted memberships. I found that out today. You have to go into your YouTube profile, and then when you turn on the ability, you can be entered into the raffle. Now, you might be saying to yourself, does that enable me to post like the penguin emoji, the Kofi emoji, the goat emoji, the other sheep emoji, the Chloe the dog in a wig emoji, the towel emojis? Yes, it does. That is the benefits of a Super Towel membership. You get emojis, ladies and gentlemen. They are made by yours truly. I render them into emojis. I make them myself. Some people send in pictures of their doggos. I make them into emojis. It's great. Hashtag I'm a towel. Larson, it's so good to see you. The goats are now back flipping off fire hydrants. Grant, the goats do not need any more goat nip. Larson, absolutely. Okay. So understood. I will not give the goats any more goat nip. Hashtag save the goats. I guess the goats need to be saved from Towel, who has apparently given them far too much goat nip. Hashtag goat nip. Okay, we can give the goats goat nip every once in a while, but maybe we shouldn't give the goats goat nip all the time. Latest from Southern Lebanon. That was your mental decompression break. God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. Thank you for all of your support of Towel Channel. If you're just tuning in, we're just 10 minutes away. You might get a dance party. Are we going to get a dance party, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, we didn't get a dance party. Okay, I'll set another short one because, you know, I enjoy spending time with you. I'm going to set it to unlock after just one. I will play goat videos, say God bless you, which I do anyway, and have a dance party. Okay, so if we meet our goal, okay, I'm going to put it at any amount. If we meet our goal, we didn't meet our last goal, but I want an excuse to play goat videos. If we meet our goal of any amount, just one, I will play the goat video and we can have a dance party. I know it's what you all want. Okay, I'll take you now to Natanz, which is an area of Iran. Nightbot is causing a revolution. New Israeli airstrikes have just hit the south of Lebanon now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's very real. That was Natanz tonight in Iran. Okay, I showed you the latest from Erbil. There's another round of attacks just now in southern Lebanon. All right, so that was earlier in Erbil. I showed you, here's one new video from Erbil earlier tonight. This is a strike by one of the Iranian-backed militias on Iranian opposition positions in Erbil. God bless you, Tiffany Bob. God bless the little washcloths. Oh goodness, do we have a new Lego video? I'm seeing reports of a new Lego video. I will analyze it. Oftentimes the Iranian state, as strange as this is, expresses themselves through Lego videos. This one might have some uncouth language. I want to warn you ahead of time. Here's the latest video called "The President of the United States is a blanking blank." Okay, let's take a listen.
You said you ain't no pedophile, but bitch, you are. They tell them worldwide for that Epstein scar, but you still the prez, man, this shit's bizarre. You said you ain't no pedophile, but bitch, you are. The whole world knows that you perverted rapist star. 30 years since and we build different, we don't break. Your people see $5 gas and your whole country shakes. This ain't Call of Duty, these mountains, these troops alive, we are waiting for them. Come test it, no survivors. If they wanna die for Epstein's list and Netanyahu's war, we got the welcome ready, body bag stacked at the door. You came for war, but got cooked instead. Iran flipped the script, left your whole team dead. You came for war, but got cooked instead. Weakest president ever, take that L and quit, bitch. Go fetch Epstein's pals, go fetch your lobby. This ain't a desert skirmish, this ain't your hobby. But no points in these talks, cause the president of the United States of America is a fucking pedophile. You thought you could hide, but we kept the file. Cause the president of the United States of America is a fucking pedophile. F5 ghosted your base, Kuwait smoke, throw jet back home, legend mode. Cheap drones on your millions, your patriots broke. Hit Al-Udeid hangars, Al-Assad runways turned to dust. Bases that took 10 years and billions, one night fucked. You came for war but got cooked instead. Iran flipped the script, left your whole team dead. F-35s hid, radars blind, whole Air Force exposed. We rebuild in weeks, you need years just to reload. Slow ass. Let's talk about your resume, the biggest of L's. You're an Epstein pen pal, rotting in your own smells. You know why? Cause the president of the United States of America is a fucking pedophile. You thought you could hide, but we kept the file. Cause the president of the United States of America is a fucking pedophile.
Well, that was certainly a new Lego video indeed. I think the Iranian state has made itself clear. Taking you to Tripoli now, where a thief was arrested in the Al-Bashas area. Oh goodness, that thief was certainly arrested. Taking you to Gaza City now, the latest Associated Press video from Gaza City. This is what Israel has done to Gaza. This is the latest footage from Gaza City. I think it is clear now why so many people are devastated by what has been done to Gaza. And frankly, I cannot blame them. I don't think anyone can blame them. That used to be a thriving community of Palestinians in Gaza. It is now a barren wasteland. And God bless you to Interpret Towel for those wonderful chilies. I needed those jewels this evening. I needed that energy. It has been quite an evening. Thank you so much, Interpret Towel. You are wonderful. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am showing you now, this is the latest AP report from Gaza. You are looking at a minute straight. This is not one block, not 2 blocks. It is all of Gaza. So when people play songs or express their discontent through art, it's very hard for me not to try to look at the art from the perspective of pain. It is heartbreaking, Bunny. It's heartbreaking. It's agonizing. Everything about it is wrong. There's nothing okay about what has been done to Gaza or to Palestine. Nothing. It was a genocide. It was a slaughter of hundreds of thousands of people. It was kept from us, the American public. It was. I don't want anyone to think that like America knew how bad this was. And what I mean by that is the polity. We did not know what was being done with the weapons that we were supplying. We just didn't. I wish I could say that the public was appropriately informed. I did my best. I promise you I did my best. I went on Twitter. Every day I clipped the Al Jazeera Arabic. I'll show you some of the reports that I did. But before that, let me show you the latest from, this is Al Arabia. This is with English captions. It's going to help you understand why the attack in Beirut on the commander of the Radwan forces was such a big deal. So it has English captions. This is the latest from Al Arabia on why Israel's strike in Beirut tonight was such a big deal and so concerning.
ونتحول الآن إلى مستشار العربية للشؤون العسكرية رياض قهوجي للحديث عن قوة الرضوان أكثر، الحديث عن قتل قائد قوة رضوان إضافة إلى عدد من قادة هذه القوة كما قالت المعلومات وأسلفنا. أبدأ معك أستاذ رياض بعد الترحيب بك طبعا بموضوع هل نعرف وتأكدنا مما إذا كانت الضربة قد تمت من الجو أو من البحر؟
حاليا هناك روايتان، الأولى قامت بها صحيفة إسرائيل اليوم أن ضربة أتت بثلاث صواريخ أطلقت من بوارج إسرائيلية في البحر، في حين أن لاحقا قالت الهيئة البث الإسرائيلية أن كانت النتيجة من قصف من الجو. حاليا يعني هناك تضارب في المعلومات. هناك روايتان في هذا الخصوص. شاهدنا سابقا عمليات اغتيال نفذت من البحر. هناك ميزة يعني اليوم من الجو الغارات تنفذ عادة من طائرات الأف 35. من البحر هناك إسرائيل تملك تشكيلة من المدمرات البحرية.
بس إذا دققنا أكثر في الفوارق بين الاغتيال أو القصف جوا وبحرا، ما هي هذه الفوارق؟
ميزة الاغتيال البحر هذه المدمرات ساعر الإسرائيلية، وهي لديها مجموعة من الصواريخ المجنحة أو ما تعرف باسم الصواريخ الكروز الإسرائيلية. هي دقيقة الإصابة. الميزة فيها عن غير الطائرات لا صوت، يعني هناك عادة عند الغارة الجوية يكون هناك صوت مسبقا للمقاتلة الحربية قد تنذر الشخص المستهدف بأن شيء قد يحصل، في حين أن الضربة من البحر تحصل بشكل مفاجئ من دون أي إنذار مسبق.
طيب إذا تحدثنا عن أهمية ودور وقوة قوة الرضوان.
قوة الرضوان هي قوة النخبة. هي دائما كانت في الطليعة، يعني هذا نشاهد هنا هذه الصورة، هذا شعار قوة الرضوان. هناك يعني صورة
عماد مغنية أيضا،
هذا عماد مغنية، يعني هم يعتبر من المؤسسين لهذه القوة. هي تحمل الاسم اللقب الذي كان يعرف به. هي أكثر تدريبا، هي من تتولى معظم العمليات اللي نشاهدها في عمليات الالتحام القتال في جنوب لبنان. هي دائما قوة الرضوان. هي لديها موزع على 3 مجموعات، 3 كتائب أساسية، مجموعة بدر ومجموعات أخرى. مجموعة الأخرى شاهدنا في المرحلة السابقة عام 2024 ابتدأت الحرب باغتيال كما نذكر قيادة القوة عقيل مع مجموعة من قيادات.
طيب اغتيال مالك بلوط الآن لأنه عم ينتهي وقتنا، لو سمحت نتحول إليه نختم به. أهميته، دوره، تأثيره على الحزب بالتالي على أداء.
Oh, he did not want to even touch that the 2004 war started because of an assassination like this. The Radwan forces are very, very high-ranking in Hezbollah. Wow, the Saudi Arabian host was definitely being told in his earpiece, which you can see right here. He was being told, get him off that right now, stop him talking about that. Because the analyst was about to say, like, Hezbollah treats this as like the most serious act of war. It's not a regular strike. So he was like, no, I don't want to hear it.
مالك بلوط اليوم في الترتيب العسكري هو رقم 2، يعني هو هناك القائد العسكري. حاليا لا نعلم من استلم بعد اغتيال الطبطبائي، كان آخر اغتيال للقائد العسكري لحزب الله. لا نعلم الآن من استلم مكانه، إنما هو يكون الرقم 2 بعد القائد العسكري من ناحية الأهمية العسكرية هو
وبالتالي نتحدث عن قمة الهرم يعني في الحزب
قمة
عسكرياً.
الهرم على المستوى القتال العملياتي هو يعتبر يعني رئيس أركان القوة الأساسية.
ونتحول الآن إلى مستشار العربية للشؤون العسكرية رياض قهوجي للحديث عن قوة الرضوان أكثر. الحديث
I have a report for you in Spanish that I'm going to translate for you. Hello, it's me, Andre. It's so good to see you. How are you, my friend? God bless you. I have a report now on the bombing of Beirut in Spanish, and I'm going to translate it for you. I've always wanted to do this. Here we go. This is going to be in Spanish. I'm going to translate this for you.
Israel bombardeó este miércoles los suburbios del sur de Beirut en el primer
Israel on Wednesday bombed the southern suburbs of Beirut.
ataque contra la capital libanesa desde que entró
in an attack on the Lebanese capital.
En vigor un frágil alto el fuego entre Israel y Hezbollah hace casi 3 semanas.
After 3 to 4 weeks of a ceasefire in the area between Hezbollah and Lebanon
El primer ministro
and Israel.
israelí Benjamin Netanyahu confirmó en un comunicado que el ejército
The Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, confirmed in a communication
tenía como objetivo al comandante de la unidad de élite
that Israel had taken out the commander of
de Radwan de Hezbollah.
the Radwan force from Hezbollah.
Pese al cese de las hostilidades acordado, las fuerzas israelíes han seguido atacando casi a diario el sur del Líbano y otras ciudades del país.
This is not the first time that Israel has conducted an assassination in Lebanon over the past week.
El alto el fuego buscaba abrir la puerta a conversaciones más amplias, pero
I can't tell. Someone opened the door to
el
this.
proceso sigue estancado por la falta de avances en la retirada de las tropas israelíes del sur del Líbano y también el rechazo
They opened the door to this because of the fighting in the south of Lebanon.
parte de Hezbollah a negociar y a desarmarse. Recordemos que Hezbollah tiene un brazo armado que es considerado
Remember that Hezbollah
terrorista por la Unión Europea
is classified as a terrorist
y
group
por los Estados Unidos.
by Israel and the United States.
Vamos a ampliar esta noticia y lo vamos a hacer con el periodista Joan Cabacés ahora mismo en Beirut con los detalles.
Now I'm going to talk to my colleague in Beirut.
Joan, con todo lo que está pasando, ¿tiene sentido seguir hablando de alto
Can you tell us about all that happened?
fuego?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Bueno, lo cierto es
Hello.
que de lo que la gente espera por un alto el fuego no se percibe nada sobre el terreno. La población esperaba, por supuesto, con la llegada de la tregua, poder regresar especialmente al sur del Líbano y poder reconstruir y empezar de nuevo con sus vidas anteriores al conflicto, pero esto no ha sido así. Vemos como el
A lot of people are fleeing southern Beirut because they're afraid for their lives during the escalation of this conflict.
conflicto, el fuego cruzado continúa, como continúa también la ocupación israelí de buena parte del sur del Líbano y los bombardeos israelíes.
And Israel is continuing to bomb in the south of Lebanon as well.
Y es que hay que recordar que se cobran víctimas mortales a diario también durante este cese. La tregua más bien funciona en la práctica como una reducción del fuego en el que la comunidad internacional ha pedido a Israel que limite la ofensiva al sur del Líbano y que
Israel lost the offensive in the south of Lebanon, according to Hezbollah. Hello, call me old-fashioned. How are you?
que deje de lado o que frene los ataques, algo que ha sucedido hasta el día de hoy en la zona de Beirut. Este es un planteamiento, por supuesto, que enfada a la población del sur del Líbano, puesto que hace que se sienta como una suerte de población de segunda categoría. Sin embargo, desde el inicio de la tregua, los ataques cruzados han continuado, como también han continuado las acusaciones cruzadas. Ambos lados, Hezbollah e Israel, dicen estar atacando al otro, respondiendo.
He's saying there's continuing attacks in the south. Israel will attack and then Hezbollah will respond. So good to see you, call me old-fashioned. God bless you.
A los ataques anteriores del enemigo. Ahora termino con esto. Hay que
Okay,
ver
I'll read
qué
it, Miss
sucede
Clutch.
después de este
It's normally
primer
a
ataque
pro-UAE
israelí
perspective.
en la zona de Beirut, puesto que es claramente una escalada, aunque sea durante la tregua.
Y la continuación de las hostilidades entre Israel y Hezbollah ponen también en peligro.
Oh, I did see this report from ABC that Saudi Arabia denied the U.S. The opportunity to use its bases for Operation Project Freedom, and that's why President Trump withdrew the operation.
Ese inédito acuerdo político entre los gobiernos israelí y el Líbano, en el que por primera vez las autoridades libanesas se comprometían a desarmar y desarticular a Hezbollah, que actúa, recordemos, como Estado paralelo dentro del propio Líbano. Aquí la pregunta, ¿en qué punto está entonces este acuerdo ahora mismo?
Sí, vimos a mediados de abril cómo llegó este alto el fuego de carácter temporal entre los gobiernos de Israel y de Líbano, y esta es una tregua que tenía que servir precisamente para habilitar un espacio negociador para que ambos gobiernos pudieran negociar la solidificación de este alto el fuego para convertirlo en permanente. Para lograrlo, por supuesto, ambos gobiernos tienen que centrarse en los puntos en común que existen entre ellos. El más fundamental, lo mencionas, el desarme de Hezbollah. Pero vemos como este espacio negociador se enfrenta a retos mayúsculos. Por un lado, el gobierno libanés exige al israelí la retirada de la ocupación del sur de Líbano antes de avanzar en este proceso de diálogo. Al mismo tiempo, el ejército israelí se niega a levantar la ocupación sin antes ver a Hezbollah desarbolado. Y por último, para más intri, vemos como la milicia libanesa ni tan siquiera obedece o respeta estas negociaciones, con lo cual estamos en un periodo negociador muy frágil como la tregua misma, y por supuesto días como los de hoy con tanto fuego cruzado y víctimas mortales dificultan todavía más la proyección de este frágil alto el fuego hacia el futuro.
So he says it's a very difficult situation for a very difficult humanitarian situation for a lot of the people in southern Lebanon. And then he says that which I've echoed before, there's like an intransience. He didn't use that word, but he was saying it's just unclear if there's going to be any breakthrough in the negotiation, because Israel is very firm in its position and Hezbollah is not really at the negotiating table. I'm summarizing. That was really interesting, though. I appreciated the opportunity to do that. No, Francine, mi amigo. So amiga, mi amiga. That means friend. If you want to refer to your friend who's a guy, you say mi amigo. If you want to refer to your friend who's a girl, you say mi amiga. Tambien, that means also. So I said my friend, addressing you. Tambien. Creo, so the word creer, C-R-E-E-R, or C-R-E-R-E-R, creer is the verb for to think. So if I want to say to you, my friend, also, I think, I'm going to conjugate the verb creer into the yo present form, right? I'm not saying I thought, so we don't need to use the past or the imperfect. Spanish uses tenses. You don't say I thought, you just conjugate the verb to indicate the tense, okay? So if I'm speaking in the present tense to you, I'm going to say I think, creo, okay? My friend, also, I think, mi amiga, también, creo, que, I think that, the word que is that, este, this, idioma, language, esta is muy, very importante, important, para, for, toda, all, la, gente, the people, en, in, el mundo, the world. Yes, you got a Spanish lesson. So, to say it quickly, it would be, mi amiga, también creo que este idioma es muy importante por toda la gente en el mundo. See, now you understood what that meant. It meant, my friend, also, I think this language is very important for all the people of the world. Your brain knew what I was saying. Mimi, I taught someone Spanish. Did you and the baby goat learn Spanish? I bet it was great. We just had the quickest crash course in how to speak Spanish ever. That was the best thing I've ever done. I taught you all how to speak Spanish in like 40 seconds. All right, yes, Bunny was taking notes. Bunny can speak Spanish now. Bunny's going to go around being like, mi amigo, creo que este idioma es muy importante. People are going to be like, what? It's going to be like, this language is very important. They're going to be like, what? That's all I know how to say. She's just going to walk around Latin America. I think Spanish is a very important language. Okay, ma'am, that's very nice. Do you have anything else you want to say? No, that's all I know how to say in Spanish. Sí. Silent Dog says, when you comprehend this, you will begin to understand. Si tú comprendes este, alguien, or entonces, si puedes entender este. Sí, Silent Dogs, yo entiendo. Oh, es muy bien. Yes, you just have to know how to let the conjugations sort of flow. If you just know how the language works and you know about the irregular verbs and the tense conjugations and the random words for things, you know. Actually, I have to teach Bunny. All right, Bunny Towel, this will be on the final. Okay, are you ready for this? The word for chair is la silla. Okay, Bunny? Okay, ready? L-A, la, space, silla. S-I-L-L-A. Sí. La silla significa, la silla means chair. All right, okay, everyone ready? La silla significa chair. Está bien, muy bien, excellent job. Bunny learned a new word in Spanish. We're having a little Spanish lesson in the middle of our news update. What's wrong with a little Spanish education for Bunny? Bunny now knows how to say la silla. Good job, Bunny. Excellent job. Bunny learned a new word in Spanish. Creo que las sillas es muy importante por toda la gente en el mundo. No sé que toda la gente what's the word to do? Hacer no tienen las sillas. Las sillas es muy importante por toda la gente en el mundo. Sí, también creo que las sillas es un instrumento por la paz. Sí, las sillas está el paz. Sí, sí. Sí, toda la gente en el mundo tiene una silla. Entonces tenemos el paz. Sí, sí, claro que sí. Las sillas es la solución para todos los problemas tenemos en el mundo. Sí, las sillas. ¿Entiendes? Sí, muy bien. También creo que las sillas es un instrumento para Bunny en particular. Si Bunny necesita usar una silla, Bunny puede usar una silla. Mucha gente le gusta usar sillas en el mundo. Sí, es la verdad, Bunny. Y creo que sí, Bunny tiene, y Kofi tiene sillas, entonces Bunny y Kofi van a experienciar what's the word? Hold on. Happiness in Spanish. Hold on. Felicidad. Si la gente tienen las sillas, entonces la gente van a experienciar el felicidad. So basically, Bunny, I don't know if it translated it on the captions to English. I was saying chairs are very important. I think chairs can bring about world peace. And then I said chairs are also important for Kofi and Bunny, because if they have a chair, then they would experience happiness. It was great. That was great. It was a personalized Bunny the Dora Explorer and Towel the Dora Explorer Spanish lesson. It was an homage to Dora the Explorer in the form of a Spanish lesson about chairs. Where else can you find that during a news report? This is just great. Michigamu is like a language decompression break is great. That is true. Taking us to the latest update from Mario, who is in Dubai. So he has quite a pro-UAE perspective a lot of the time, but he is an interesting interviewer. I have no idea who runs his Twitter account, but let's take a listen.
Conversation. Breaking. Saudi Arabia refused U.S. access to its bases and airspace for Project Freedom, forcing Trump's suspension of the operation. Per NBC News citing two U.S. officials, Trump surprised Gulf allies by announcing Project Freedom on social media Sunday afternoon without coordinating with them first.
There has been an explosion in Western Tehran.
Saudi Arabia was...
Breaking. There has been an explosion in Western Tehran. I repeat, there has been an explosion in Western Tehran. As of 9 minutes ago, I repeat, this is not a drill. It could be a drill. It could be an unexploded ordnance. It is 8:02 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It's that would be Wednesday, May 6, 2026. It is 2:02 a.m. in South Africa. It's 3:02 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 3:32 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, the witching hour. That would be Thursday, May 7th, 2026. There are explosions reported by the very reputable Vahid Online as of 9 minutes ago in Western Tehran. I do not have more information. I will get it to you as soon as possible. I repeat, this is not a drill. You have heard it here first. There has been an explosion reported in the west of Tehran, Iran, in the last 9 minutes. I do not have a follow-up for you yet, but I promise you as soon as I do, you will get it here. I do have an interview as well with the Iranian Naval Force commanders. Okay, I'm monitoring very closely. I do not know what this explosion in Tehran was. All I know is it has been initially reported, and I'm on it. I am a towel. I imagine Soul Controller is going to go look at the chatter right now. Soul Controller, you will see that there has been an explosion reported in the east of Iran. Excuse me, in the west of Tehran, which is technically the east of Iran. I know I got a little confused there. Okay, I'm monitoring. I am monitoring very closely. Oh, goodness. All right, Soul Controller, I'll show you the latest. I only got the first report minutes ago. There has been an explosion in Western Tehran. I repeat, there has been an explosion in Western Tehran. This is not a good sign. Most people don't do tests at like 3:30 in the morning. I'm not sure who attacked who. We'll find out. If Iran launches at Israel, we'll know who attacked who. I hope that Israel has not just launched an attack. Here is the report 11 minutes ago. There was a single blast heard in western Tehran, Tehran province, Iran. Vahid also reports a loud blast sound. I will check Vahid's Twitter. Nothing from Vahid's Twitter except for this video from earlier in March in Afsfahan. I do not have any updates on the explosion in Tehran or what caused it or who caused it or if there's going to be more. Hopefully it's just another one of these examples where some kind of ordnance exploded or, you know, there was a fire in a bathroom. Just nothing serious. We've had a few false alarms the past few nights, and frankly, at this point, I would prefer it be that, even though it's agonizingly intense, because the alternative is far worse. Here's the latest report on the Strait of Hormuz from Al-Haddad just a few minutes ago in Arabic, no captions.
بينما راهنت طهران لعقود على هذا الممر الحيوي كأداة ردع قادرة على إرباك موازين القوى العالمية، يبدو أن قواعد اللعبة قد انقلبت على نحو دراماتيكي. عشرات السفن الإيرانية تجد نفسها.
Yeah, I think that note was faked by the cop who was assigned. The cop was in jail. He was like a very intense hitter. I think he took Epstein out. I think that note was fake.
اليوم محاصرة داخل مياهها الإقليمية، عاجزة عن المناورة تحت المجهر الأمريكي. من خيار ضغط بيد إيران إلى نقطة خنق أمريكية محكمة، هكذا تبدلت المعادلة في هرمز خلال الأسابيع الماضية. المشهد الراهن يكشف بوضوح أن طهران تفقد تدريجيا فاعلية هذه الورقة، فالتعويل على جغرافيا المضيق كصمام أمان تراجع أمام قدرات التكنولوجيا العسكرية والإرادة السياسية لدى واشنطن، التي حولت التهديد إلى فرصة لفرض واقع جديد يعرف بالحصار المضاد.
We have
نحن أمام وضع نملك فيه سيطرة كاملة، وكما تعلمون فإن الحصار كان مذهلا. إنه أشبه بقطعة من الفولاذ، لا أحد سيجرؤ على تحدي الحصار، وأعتقد أن الأمور تسير بشكل جيد جدا. هذا التحول الاستراتيجي لا يتوقف عند حدود تأمين الملاحة، بل أصبح عاملا حاسما في إعادة رسم مسار المواجهة ونقل الأزمة من المياه الدولية إلى العمق الإيراني. الضغوط
Latest from Al Haddad about the strait. I'm going to take you now to the latest PBS report, which has an update from President Trump. So President Trump has spoken to PBS. Here is the update.
Trump told PBS NewsHour today there's a, quote, very good chance the U.S. and Iran are close to a deal to end the war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But he added to our Liz Landers that he has felt that confidence before, only for there to be no deal reached. He echoed that cautious optimism in the Oval Office this afternoon.
We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours, and it's very possible that we'll make a deal. We've had some good talks before, as you know. Right. And all of a sudden, the next day, they're like, they forgot what happened.
The deal on the table would be a negotiated memorandum of understanding that would limit Iran's nuclear program and open the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran has kept its chokehold since the beginning of the war and where U.S. warships continue to keep a blockade. Our Nick Schifrin's been reporting out the details.
All I needed from that was what Mr. President Trump told PBS. Here's a CNN short clip about the Lego videos you all love so much.
Bad guys, but they're not, I hate to say it because the regime clearly are the bad guys, but they're not bad at this.
No, they've really been very, very cunning and very successful. I mean, we saw the Lego videos where the Iranians are using Lego videos to kind of do two things. They're cleansing their own image because no longer are they the mad mullahs of our narratives. They're now these cute Lego characters. Right. While at the same time making Trump look small. So in one little move, you've changed how people perceive you, you've detoxified yourself, and at the same time, you've humiliated Trump. That's pretty canny.
I hate to say it because
I mean, you know, he's not wrong. Should we take a look at one of these videos? Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's take a look. Let's just let me use one example to sort of comment on this CNN piece. This is what they're talking about. So unfortunately, some people like just upload them on spare channels. It's a little bit hard to get. There's a lot of really good ones. Let me see. There's one specific one I'll show you. Iran started releasing these. I don't know why they picked this style to do it, but it's now all over every channel. Okay, it's on CNN. They're analyzing it. It's on BBC, France 24. You probably saw them first, like on this channel. I will say we found them pretty early because I realized that's how Iran was going to go about this. But let me just give you, I have to pick, there's like 50 of them. Iran started releasing them this way. Let me show you. They have to be on YouTube, so just give me, or X, and not all of them stay up. Like some of them go up and down. So let me just find you an example of one. I think I watched it earlier. Where was it? Alright, where is it? I thought I just watched it. It was a pretty, I mean, probably typified the format. That's why I'm looking for this specific one. I don't want the Pete Hegseth one. That one's okay, but it's a little too overly sexual. Alright, so I don't love it. I don't love it's just too overly sexual. Let me see. This one. This is the one that I think really made a splash. And this is how Iran started, like, letting people know, I guess. Alright, so we'll just listen to it once. Hold on one second.
From across the ocean. From across the ocean, I watch your screens glow at night. A nation built on fire, the sun will dim your light. I don't hate you people, I never did, I swear. But the hand that waves your flag doesn't know you're there. So listen close, America. This song is yours to keep. The world is wide awake now, while you're still fast asleep.
Wake up, America.
Open your
eyes. Your biggest enemy wears your nation's disguise. They spend your children's future on wars you never chose.
Wake up.
Wake up, America. Everybody knows. Wake up, wake up.
The truth is on the wall.
The truth is on the wall.
They built themselves a castle while they let me tell you something that your textbook skipped the page on. The man behind the curtain keeps the light and keeps the stage on. He shakes your hand on camera, then signs the deal at midnight. Sells your jobs to shadows while he tells you that it's alright. There's a building full of suits who never missed a single meal. Voting on your hunger, never knowing how you feel. They send your sons to deserts with a flag and a speech, then cut the veterans' benefits when they finally back in reach. Your water bills are rising, but the pipelines flow for free for the ones who wrote the laws that even judges cannot see. A child in the middle of your country goes to bed without a light, but a billion disappears before the cameras say goodnight. They tell you fear the outside world, keep looking over there. Point your anger at a stranger so you never stop to stare at the ones inside the mansion, at the ones who hold the pen, writing laws at 3 a.m. then writing them again.
America, open your eyes. Your biggest enemy wears your nation's disguise. They spend your children's future on wars you never chose.
Wake up.
Wake up, America. Everybody knows.
Okay, now that is one example, just a short clip. Let me show you the one that I think people wanted to see. This one had the chorus. Arguably, this one, I think, when did this one come out? Like 3 weeks ago. This probably was the one that got the most attention. The one addressed to like the American people, definitely, there were two of them. The first one is the one I just played you. It got a lot of attention. Tiffany Bob, Nightbot's going to yell, Nightbot, you be nice to Tiffany Bob. How dare you, Nightbot? This is the one I think people might have been waiting for, though.
Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing a scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
Repeats, but it's working. It's a good song.
Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold.
Just the beat alone.
We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
All right, now taking that just to give you some understanding, that's what CNN was talking about. They did an okay job analyzing it. We only saw a small segment of it. I wanted to show you what they were talking about, so for context there. Now taking you to President Trump, he told reporters leaving the hall after an event earlier that they're going to get the Americans, us, I'm an American towel, we're going to get the uranium. Take a listen. It was a quick clip as he was leaving the hall.
Mr. President, any comments?
Yeah, we're going to get it. We're going to get it.
He said they're going to get it. You heard him. So I'm shocked. I'm shocked. This is going nowhere. We're in a just literal spiral of chaos. Now let me show you what's going on in Tylertown, Mississippi. The lightning strikes in the... You are not looking at a home where there was a gas explosion. You are not looking at a home... You are where there was like an arson. This was the lightning, ladies and gentlemen, in Mississippi is so intense right now, it is setting homes on fire. You are looking at the latest images from the United States where there have been lightning strikes that are so intense that homes are being set on fire throughout a belt in Mississippi of land. I'm not sure if it's more than one. It's at least one. That home is burning because of a lightning strike. That is the intensity of the lightning that is rolling through Mississippi. It is quite literally burning homes down. Larson, I don't know how to say it either. I don't know how to... I'm just reporting what the news is saying from Mississippi. That there is a rolling series of lightning strikes in Mississippi that is so intense, it is burning homes down, and you are looking at the primary source footage from Tylerton, Mississippi, just minutes ago, probably 60 minutes to be exact, where that home is burning down as a result of a lightning strike. I would agree, water under the fridge. Apparently it's quite abnormal, so for context, I just want to watch a short clip here. I just want to listen to just 10 seconds. Apparently this is something that no one has ever seen before. So let me actually take a look at the Mississippi weather. Let's see if we can get like a monitoring of this. Mississippi Live News, YouTube. All right. We're going to take a look. We're going to see if we can monitor this a little bit. All right. All right. It's not live anymore, but apparently it was a very dangerous situation. Let's take a listen. This was a report just 9 minutes ago from Fox.
Welcome inside Fox Weather Live. We have, of course, a full alert as what's unfolding in the Gulf Coast. We have Corey Gerken, our exclusive storm tracker there in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, under a confirmed tornado warning. But look outside his windshield. You can't see anything with the clouds, right? Because of the rain that's coming down in the time of day. So while you have to trust those warnings that are coming in, there's a Fox Weather alert system picking up on all of them. We have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 tornado warnings, and 2 flash flood warnings. Those numbers are actually changing because it just hit the top of the hour. It's 7 p.m. local time. But notice that confirmed tornado where Corey's at is in Hattiesburg. That's a big city in southern Mississippi. We're talking over 100,000 people in that warning. So let's look at it as a whole. Quick kind of analyzation. There's the cold front. Now you're starting to look at those individual clusters or even supercells south.
Oh, so they're not covering the fires. But let me just tell you, that cell that they're reporting on is quite literally burning homes down. I've never seen anything like it. I'm not a weather reporter. I'm not a weatherman. I'm a towel. But yeah, this is very bad. I mean, I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. I mean, it certainly has the capacity to do it. But for the reporters who cover this to be saying that they've never seen it before with lightning, that's pretty intense. We've seen some intense storms recently, but that certainly is one of the more intense ones. Why can't I repost this? Oh, I already did repost it. Just wasn't showing up. Trying to get you some video of this. Let me show you a picture of it that someone managed to track down. This was something very intense. Let me see. I don't know what's going to happen. So this was in Philadelphia, Mississippi earlier. You can take a look just at the intensity of that storm. I think that's what caused the house to burn down. I mean, that's quite a lightning strike. I agree, Mimi. Just rolling. I mean, you can see now how it set homes on fire. I was a little baffled as to how it did that. You can see now how it set homes on fire. And that was Leah posted that. So, oh goodness, yeah, it totally got at least one home. I'm seeing another angle from the ground. It's a pretty intense lightning storm. I haven't heard any follow-up about the explosion in Tehran. There have been no attacks on Israel. There's no chance. Iran's foreign minister has basically said, and Professor Morandi has basically said that Iran expects a surprise attack. When it's going to come, I don't know. Probably before President Trump goes to China. I'll show you that house that's burning down now.
It's hot. It's extremely hot. Wow.
I would think so. This is a short clip from Ben Williams.
It's hot. It's extremely hot.
I would say so. Lightning set that house on fire.
It's hot. It's extremely hot.
Mississippi.
Wow.
Yes, I would say it is quite hot.
It's hot. It's extremely hot. Wow.
Thank you for the report.
It's hot. It's extremely hot. Wow. It's hot. It's extremely hot. Wow.
Well, yep, that's not something you're going to see every day. God bless you to all of you who have been supporting Towel Channel. I do have the doctors in the morning. I'm monitoring very closely, though. Wow, okay, so there is new footage. It's not recent. It's just released by the IRCG on Iranian state TV. It's from launches during the war. I want you to know this could be loud. Kimberly, hello, my friend. Hi, Kimberly. It's so good to see you. This is video released for the first time by the IRCG showing Imad medium range, according to OSINT Warfare, Imad medium range ballistic missiles from a flat open area being launched during the early morning hours. It appears to lack any mountainous terrain or nearby tunnel structure. All right. So let's see. This shows quite an interesting change in posture. This could be loud. Iranian launches during the war. Footage from Iran during the war of a launch of missiles just in an open area. So wait, I thought we attacked all of these. I guess we did. So these are the Iranian missiles that don't exist, and the launchers that don't exist. You know, we got them all. I mean, that's just very clear. Just so you know, Iran launched this out in the middle of a field. It was not stopped. The crews returned safely. I I mean, it tells you all you need to know, does it not? They're not out of missiles. They were never out of missiles, and we never depleted their capacity. We depleted what we thought was their capacity. Okay. We were supposed to go 2 hours. How did you get me to go 4 hours? How did this happen? I have the doctors tomorrow. I have to go to bed. Grant, it's stop-start animation. Iran doesn't have AI capabilities. Ah, yes, it's a fake missile, obviously. We should all be grateful to game homes. Oh, God, to have homes. God bless you, Tiffany Bob. X1R110, that's true. That's only a report from the news agency in Iran that released this as relayed by OSINT Warfare. But, I mean, they got the video. If we struck it while they were, they wouldn't have been able to get this video, I imagine. So... But yes, Francine, you're wonderful. It's been 4 hours, friends. Thank you. I haven't done one donation read. God bless all of you for supporting Towel Channel. We can have an outro dance party no matter what. This is a public information service. It's run by one man, me. I'm Grant Smith Ellis. If you want to support my efforts, God bless you to everyone who sent super chats, donations. Thank you. It's Towel's birthday month. Hashtag send Towel to South Africa to visit Towel Girlfriend. We're going to do it by the end of the month. I love you all very much. God bless you for supporting me and helping this news network slowly get off the ground. It's going to be great. I'm going to do travel videos, going to report on the news for you. We're going to come visit you. And Towel Girlfriend Nikki can't wait to meet Bunny Towel Mom Lynn and Bunny Towel, Towel Mom Bunny and Towel Mom Lynn and Mimi. Towel Girlfriend said we can absolutely go visit Mimi. I'm so excited. And she said we can visit George if he wants, and we can visit our friends in the UK, and we can go all over. I'm so excited. She's the greatest. Silent Dogs, you have a great time with the doggos. But yes, if you want to support this channel, I'll put the information in the chat. Okay, you can support me. Again, I do this by myself, so all of your donations keep me fed and alive and able to go to the doctors and hang out with our channel mascot Pete Bunny Towel and live. So there's a Cash App, money sign Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. I try to provide this service to educate, inform, and entertain you. I use 20% entertainment as a buffer for trauma to do 40% education, 40% information. As such, I strive to engender cogent public discourse, no matter your access to resources, so that you can ward off the usurpation of your forms of government worldwide. This channel has reached over 180 countries over the past 67 days. It has indeed reached, I think, close to like 2 or 3 million views. Thank you again for supporting Towel News, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. You all are wonderful, appreciated, and loved. Oh, God bless you to the person who sent a donation. You are wonderful. I absolutely did get your donation. If you got a heart, I'm going to send you a heart. Hold on, I'm going to send you a heart. I did it. If you got a heart, then I absolutely got your donation. Hold on. I'm going to go to another one. I saw another heart come in. Where's the other heart? Oh, wait. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, one of them came in with a teddy bear. Oh, this is great. I got a teddy bear. Oh, Wayne Allen says, I hate the time difference. I've been missing heaps of your streams. Have to sleep too much. Glad when I do catch it. Oh, God bless you. Hello, Wayne. You helped us complete our goal. You did it, Wayne. It is so good to see you. I'll try to do more late night streams. You unlocked goat videos. How about we end the stream with some K Rhino? You know I got some K Rhino for you, water under the fridge. You absolutely got it. Oh, it's not loading. Hold on. I will reply this way. Why can't I reply to my friend? God bless you, water under the fridge. You got it. Oh, you're all so wonderful. So we get some K Rhino. We get our Mimi's gonna love it. Do you know how much Mimi loves the goat video? Everyone loves the goat video, okay? If you don't love goats, something is wrong with you. Hashtag we love goats. And Wayne, you are so wonderful, as is water under the fridge. We reached our goal, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get to listen to some K Rhino. We're going to get to watch Mimi's favorite video of all time, which is the goats. And then we're going to listen to an outro song or two, depending on how much of a dance party I want to have. Then I'm going to go to bed because I have to go to the doctor's tomorrow because I'm disabled. And, it's kind of hard to be disabled. I have to go to the doctor. Hopefully she'll make me feel better. She normally does. I think it's physical therapy tomorrow. I don't remember. I'll check my calendar. I only know I have to be up early. Oh, Mimi, look at the goats. Oh, Paul, God bless you. Thank you so much for those jewels. I absolutely love them. Paul Bowman, thank you for the chili. Nothing like a little chili, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, Paul. That was so kind of you. I absolutely love those jewels. They're such powerful energy. I love that YouTube enabled them. They're great. So those are our goats. We saw them being displaced from southern Lebanon on March 9th, 2026. We've kept an eye on them. We're trying to find them. If you know where our goats are, please let us know. And now I'm going to play a K-Rhino song for the one, the only, the loved and the wonderful, our dear friend, Water Under the Fridge. There's only so many K-Rhino songs I can play, so we're playing the one already in the library. This is a special dedication after a long day of being wonderful, protecting the Great Lakes from the Iranians, stopping the Canadians from infiltrating our precious soil and Great Lakes and fluids and water, you know. This one is going out to the one and the only, Water Under the Fridge. God bless you, my dear friend, and God bless you, Wayne Allen as well. This is called Look at How the World Is by K-Rhino and DLP. Yes, Francine. Pete Bunny Towel, so excited to see you. Oh yeah, the goats are gonna boogie to this one. Oh yeah, the goats are big into this. They're very conscious goats.
Government starting war, it's evil, local or foreign. So just look at how the world is now.
The goats are down.
People losing their mind, we live in a scary time, homie. Look at how the world is now. People are masquerading as godly, but really Satan. So just look at how the world is now. It was bad way back then, but today is times 10, homie. Look at how the world is now. I never seen so much hatred in my whole life. Dark clouds, even in the summer it's a cold night. Large crowds gathering in cities for the protests. Oppressed people keep injustice in their whole chest. These policy makers wanna minimize our brain use. They pushing for violence, they don't really want no gang truce. The hood is a hang noose, ghetto full of broke men. How you want the dope out when you bringing the dope in? How we either selling it for green or a dope fiend. Black on black crime, that's a manufactured smoke screen. Stolen opportunities, no chance for the working man. Poverty methodically planned, created circumstance. Hard to look directly at our streets and even hurts the glance. Only unity could take the power out this person's hands. Disdain of original people is at the heart of it. If you're unable to recognize that you're a part of it, go. Government starting war, it's evil, local or foreign. So just look at how the world is now. People losing their mind, we live in a scary time, homie. Look at how the world is now. People are masquerading as godly, but really Satan. So just look at how the world is now. It was bad way back then, but today is times 10, homie. Look at how the world is now. You can't motivate a soldier if you come at them soft. We ain't losing our children, damn fool, we running them off. Buying gifts and giving money, that's the minimum, fool. You turn them over to the devil when you send them to school. Cultivation of their minds makes them decent and strong. We need to first educate ourselves and teach them at home. That'll protect them from the shady cultural uprooting. Or some maniac walking down the hallway shooting. You ain't spending time with them, you don't feel like you have to. Then get mad cause they looking up to hustlers and rappers. They ain't in the church listening to you scream and holler. You trying to force a book on them that you don't even follow. They ain't feeling love at home, I told y'all once. So they look for happiness in liquor bottles and blunts. You being weak when you need to be tough in the house. And then you wonder why your son or daughter cussing you out. Go. Government starting war, it's evil, local or foreign. So just look at how the world is now. People losing their mind, we live in a scary time, homie. Look at how the world is now. People are masquerading as godly, but really Satan. So just look at how the world is now. It was bad way back then, but today is times 10, homie. Look at how the world is now. It's like the guns bust faster, the people kill quicker. It's more ways to get high, the people way sicker. The racial tension thicker, everybody's uncomfortable. The youngsters much wilder, the parents more irresponsible. Poverty more prevalent, conditions more hideous. The men more iniquitous, women are more insidious. Individuals more dumbed down and oblivious. Not privy to how critically serious it really is. False flag operations keep citizens furious. Peaceful moments seem to only last for short periods. Family ain't family, marriage is an atrocity. Existence of the Most High relegated to mockery. Not shy
shocking me. We succumb to gravity slow. Political activities are a reality show. Integrity, we yet to see human morality low. Now unhappily ever after as the casualties grow. Go. Government starting war.
That was a great song. Now I got something a little lighter. This goes out to Towel Girlfriend. Okay, it's a special dedication. Did you know Towel Girlfriend is wonderful? You're going to get to meet her. We're going to do travel vlogs. Every day, she is just such a joy. I can't tell you how grateful I am to God, to Towel Girlfriend. It's just, the bad days are wonderful. The good days are I am ecstatic. And on the better days, it's like living on a cloud. She's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm so lucky. I can't even put it into words. You don't understand. She's brilliant. She's beautiful. She's so smart. She's witty. Oh, she's just the greatest thing. She's such a good match for me. She loves the same music I do. She loves watching old cartoons and movies. I just can't sing her praises enough. You don't understand. I found my person. She's great. She's wonderful. I just adore her. So this is for her. It's a cover.
Barking, AC is off. We're ready to go.
When I first saw you, close my eyes and the flashback star, you're standing there on a balcony in summer air. See the lights, see the party, the ball gown. See me make my way through the crowd to say hello. Little did you know, I was Romeo, I was throwing pebbles, and your daddy said stay away from Juliet. You were crying on your staircase, begging me please don't go. And I said, yes, Juliet, are you with me? Rain is falling down on the sidewalk. I won't go till you come outside.
Bet you didn't see that coming.
And you said, Romeo, take me somewhere we could be alone. I'll be waiting, all that's left to do is run. You be the prince and I'll be the princess. It's a love story, baby, now run, baby, run. Don't ever look back. Don't tear us apart if we give them the chance. Don't sell your heart. Don't say we're not meant to be. Run, baby, run. Forever we'll be you and me. So I sneak out to the garden to see you. We keep quiet cause we're dead if they knew. So close your eyes, escape this town for a little while. I was Romeo, you were Scarlet Letter, and your daddy said stay away from Juliet. You were everything I wanted. You're begging me please don't go. And I said lace up your shoes, hey oh, now here's your way. Run, baby, run. Don't ever look back. Don't tear us apart if we give them the chance. Don't sell your heart. Don't say we're not meant to be. Run, baby, run. Forever we'll be. We're tired of waiting, wondering if I was ever coming. I'm gone. Faith in me is fading. When you met me on the outskirts of this town, and you said, Romeo, save me. I've been feeling so alone. I keep waiting for you, but you never come. It's this in my head. I don't know what to think. Then I knelt to the ground and said, run, baby, run. Don't ever look back. Don't tear us apart if we give them the chance. Don't sell your heart. Don't say we're not meant to be. Run, baby, run. Forever we will be.
One more, because I think it calls for it on a night like tonight. Welcome to Towel's Piano Bar.
It's 9:00 on the Saturday. The regular bishop is saying, there's an old man sitting next to me, making love, it's tonic and gin. He says, son, can you play me memory? I'm not really sure how it goes, but it's either the sweet and the new complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. Oh, la 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 la. Sing us the song of the piano man. Sing us the song tonight. Well, we're out in the mood for a melody, and you got us feeling alright. You join us, the bar has the friend of mine. I guess made my drinks free. I was sweet and we joke how the life you smoke, but there's some plans that he'd rather be. He says, believe things are killing me, and smile, run away from his face. Well, I'm sure we'd be cute with a movie star. Happy I could be the various place. Oh, na 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 na. Your police are real stuff and novelist. We never had time for a way. I'm just talking with David, we're still in the Navy, and probably we will be
He has no
for
idea how to sing it. It's great. This is great. I gotta switch it up though, because I don't like how he's butchering the words. He played it well though. Oh, too loud. Oh, why you can't do that song unless it's like it has to be with piano. I mean, that's not what I wanted, but
I need a good time. Everyone around me knows that I've been giving up. I've been on the run. I can't see the sun. Everyone around me knows that I've been giving up. Dying in my dreams, yeah, I don't know what it means. I wanna lose it all, but I won't bleed anymore. And I've been crawling out the gutter since I was a kid. I feel the problems go away when I take a step. I've been running from the demons, but they closing in. I'm gonna scream. Growing up with this shit, every day I wanna die, this little broken kid. Ain't a dollar to my name, the problems in my brain. Now I'm falling to my knees with the trigger in my hand. I wanna die, but it's never that easy. Chase the money and the fame, cause I thought I was dreaming. But the nightmare comes, and I fight and I scream. But I'm on my fucking own, ain't nobody to hear me. I've been dying in my dreams, yeah, I don't know what it means. I wanna lose it all, but I won't bleed anymore. And I've been crawling out the gutter since I was a kid. I feel the problems go away when I take a sip. I've been running from the demons, but they closing in. I'm gonna
Okay, Joe Satriani, let's do it.
Since I was a kid, I feel the problems go away when I take a sip. I've been running from the demons, but they closing in. I'm gonna scream.
That was great. Wow, that was called Fairlane, Only the Good Die Young. I wanted a cover of the Billy Joel song. I ended up finding something I like even more. Now, I happen to like like very ska influenced, like industrial post-pop punk. It's a very specific genre. I don't know how to explain it. Like, if you grew up on Bowling for Soup and Sum 41 and Newfound Glory, you kind of would understand. But I also like hard dance music. So that was, and I like hip hop. So that was just great. I mean, everybody likes their own thing, but like for me, that was just a very good intersection of all three genres that I like. So I enjoyed that. It does kind of sound a lot like 5 Minutes to Midnight. Boys Like Girls, Hello Goodbye. They were definitely like a heavy influence, All Time Low. I've listened to like almost anything you can name musically, I've probably consumed. I have a voracious appetite for music. I mean, I consume so much music, I'm concerned that I've actually listened to the discography of like every major artist from every decade since the invention of like records, like forward. I've like everything from Dylan's catalog, everything from the Beatles catalog, everything from AC/DC, everything from Queen, everything from ABBA, everything from Eminem, everything from Jay-Z, everything from Kanye. Well, I stopped after probably, I didn't really like 808 and Heartbreak, so I probably stopped after Graduation. Then again, I was a freshman in college in 2007 when Graduation came out. So yeah, try living your freshman semester with Graduation as the soundtrack and then like go from there. You really can't, like, it was the greatest experience. Anyway, I know a lot about music. I've listened to a lot of like live performances. I really like music. I really have a very refined ear. I attribute that to my father, who really exposed me. But I think I took it like Springsteen. Like, there was a certain point where my father would like show me a song, and then I would get the discography. I would go find it at like Newbury Comics or whatever. Then I would gift it to him, and I would be like, okay, I backed up all these CDs, and now you can have the discs. And he'd be like, you what? And I'd be like, oh yeah, like, so you can take the disc, you put it in your computer, and then you can import it into your iTunes, basically, and then you can encode it, and then it's like, you can just put it on your iPod. I don't need, like, he got me an iPod, so I had a 160 gig iPod. I still have it. It's right around here somewhere. I know I saved it. It's probably behind the computer. But the point is, I have that iPod, and I would just be like, okay, thanks, Dad. Here's the discography. You can have it. He'd be like, what, you found like Bruce Springsteen's entire discography? I'd be like, yeah. And then I would gift it to him. So, Iron Maiden, yep. I did like Twisted Sister as well. Quiet Sister. Blondie was great. I really liked Walk Like an Egyptian. I really liked Heart of Glass. I really liked everything that came out of the 80s. Working for the Weekend, I thought Loverboy was a great band. Obviously, we built this city on rock and roll. I think that was Jefferson's Starship at the time, but it changed its name like 70 times, so who the hell knows. Oh, Debbie Harry Live. That would be epic, Tiffany Bob. She's amazing. there's just so many songs that, and I'm learning more about the songs from other countries as well. I really like a lot of like underground Swedish rap. I can't play a lot of it for you because none of it's in the library, but it's really good. I really like starting to like Iranian music in Persian. I like a lot of Iraqi music. I like music from Lebanon. I like rap in particular from the West Bank and from Palestine. But I listen to stuff from everywhere. Like if you like, I like Turkish like classical music. I like, you know, I'll listen to Beethoven, especially with Towel Girlfriend. She's like a very like classically trained musician, so she really loves listening to like concertos, and we have some things that we really like. Actually, let me play you one that I was listening to her with her. I think I have the concerto in here. I kind of remember adding it. I might have put it in my Spotify and not in here. Some of the concertos she likes are really good. But anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You all have a wonderful evening. It was great. Yeah, I actually went to college with Bruce Springsteen's son. I didn't know him. Actually, I might have known him. I forget. I think I knew him through a mutual friend or something. He was one grade below me. But the boss used to come to BC and just like play sets outside the dining hall. It was kind of cool. He would just kind of hang out when he would move his son in, and he would just take an acoustic guitar and just sit outside lower, which is the name of a dining hall. He would just sit there right across from, I think it was like 90 St. Thomas More. It was over by like when you walk out of lower, instead of taking a right to go to the mods, you just go straight. And there's just this little enclave of like seats. And he would just sit there and play the guitar. I thought it was very interesting. Good night, Soul Controller. It was great to see you. Let's do our outro. All right, Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Are these the goats we are saving? Yes, you've got an unlimited roll of goats. Mimi's probably having a great night. She loves the goats. All right, let's do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. I have doctors in the morning, so I have to go to bed. Otherwise, I would stay and monitor for you because I'm a little concerned. But we will wake up. I have to go to the doctor, and then I will come back, and I will provide you more news. All right, if you've seen this stream before, this is our channel mascot. He's Francine's best friend. He's Pete Bunny Towel. He loves Francine. She loves Pete Bunny Towel. He's the channel mascot. He's great. If someone could remind me to tell Towel Girlfriend about making plushies of him. She wants to help. That's a good way to help. Plushies of Peep. We're going to call him Peep Plushies. Oh, Francine, I have wonderful news. You are going to be able to get a Peep plushie. I'm sending Francine one for free. The first one's going to Francine. Goats don't exist after midnight. Well, if he has silent dogs, countries don't exist, so I'm sure he doesn't think the goats exist either. That's true. Bruce Springsteen has always been political. People don't understand Born in the USA was a protest song. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. This is Pete Bunny Towel. At the end of every stream, I like to do the presidents in order to the best of my abilities. And then I would like to do the outro. Now, I'm trying to add a new president every day. So we added President Monroe yesterday. Who is the 6th president? John Quincy Adams. Oh, all right. I can do this. We're going to add a new president tonight, okay? We're going to add President John Quincy Adams as number 6, okay? Monroe's 5. Are you ready? We're adding a new, we're not just reciting the presidents. I'm now adding a new president each day. All right? We're going to fill in the gaps. Here we go. President Washington, President Adams Sr., President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr. I don't know number 7 yet. Number 8 is Van Buren. Skip 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 is Andrew Jackson during the Bank Wars, 1834 to 1836. Skip forward Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. So you got Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How you like them apples? I'm going to do it. I'm going to be able to get to all of 47 presidents in a row in like a week. You watch. I'm gonna do it. I just added 2 new presidents to our list in 2 days. How's that? And I remembered President Monroe was number 5, and now I'm going to remember Adams Jr. is 6. Oh, you're all in for a lot of trouble. I'm going to do all 47 in a row in one breath by the end of this. Hashtag I'm a towel. All right. Which one? Bruce Springsteen. I didn't know that. All right. Now let's do our traditional outro. All right. This is a public information service, as I mentioned, designed to educate, inform, and entertain. If you learned something today, if you benefited from the camaraderie in the chat, like Tiffin and Bob and our dear friend Francine and Docs Watson and X-Man and Pick a Handle and Soul Controller and so many others. It was great to hang out with you all and water under the fridge, and God bless all of you. If you want to pay it forward, there's a way you can do so. You may consider, ladies and gentlemen, a donation or doing a small act of service and kindness. For example, a donation to our homeless veterans or our service members or their families. In the United States, I can only speak for the United States, there should not be one homeless veteran, or we have failed as a society, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, you can help our veterans today by reaching out to charities that help the homeless veteran population or that help our service members and their families. It's a great way for you to give back to those who fought for our freedoms and helped us experience what I think is one of the best countries in the entire world. I know that other people like their countries, but I really love my country. It's enabled me to thrive and do the work that I do, and it's always believed in me, and so I've always believed in it, and I love this country very much. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, beyond going back to my further statement, by the way, as a result of those freedoms and the sacrifices of our veterans and others, there is not one veteran that should be homeless in the United States against their will, or we have failed as a society. Now, if someone who's a veteran wants to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. They have survival skills. But if there's a single veteran homeless against their will in the United States, we have failed. And we can help our veterans and service members and their families today. Now, what if you like animals and you'd like to help our furry friends? Have you considered potentially a donation to an animal shelter that is run by veterans or that helps our veterans or service members? Great way to help our furry friends. Great way to help our service members or veterans. But if you can't find one of those animal shelters, you could consider donating to an animal shelter in general. It's a great way to help our furry friends. And you know we love saving the goats and the sheep and the dogs and the cats and the cows and the snakes and the whales and the dolphins and the orcas and otherwise. Hello to Wayne Allen and the First 48. Good to see you as well, my dear friends. But it doesn't have to be a donation. Oh, by the way, if you're in the UK, you may consider a donation to The Big Issue. It's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK, and they can't yell on the corner anymore when selling their newspapers, so you can consider donating to The Big Issue today. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It could be something as small as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels during the outro forevermore. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in that way may we continue to change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. God bless each and every one of you. God bless the soldiers of the United States. God bless the innocents around the world. And I pray for peace each night. I pray for those under the threat of falling bombs, those that have passed away because of those bombs. And I pray this truly, I think, it might not be ungodly because God is somehow responsible for everything, even the bad things, although I struggle with that sometimes. But I'll tell you, even in these intense moments, I pray that there will be a pathway to peace going forward. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the close of your broadcast day on Towel News, and it is my honor to play for you the Star-Spangled Banner. It is 9:02 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Wednesday, May 6, 2026. It's 3:02 a.m. in South Africa. It's 4:02 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 4:32 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. That would be Thursday, May 7, 2026. This thus concludes your broadcast day on Towel News. Thank you so much for welcoming me into your home. Thank you so much for being you. I will see you tomorrow after my doctor's appointment. Thank you. God bless you, and may God protect the United States of America, and may God protect us all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good night. God bless you all. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Until we see each other again, thank you for watching Towel News. Thank you for being you. And thank you for welcoming me into your home or wherever you're watching tonight. Good night.